nothing, put it all on the line. I see it, I want it, I take it, it's mine. It's a Super Bowl. Who you got, who you rooting for? You with them or with us, yeah, we toe-to-toe. Look and see them, they shook, man, they losing hope. Sin City, but I got with me, yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me, but the highs and lows making harmony. Hold up, whoa, y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheer. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger than this. It don't get any bigger than this. Touchdown, do my dance, whoa. 60,000 in the stands, whoa. It don't get any bigger than this. Couple ends with the NIL, you can tell my opponent I wish him well. I'm a big deal with it, can't you tell? Got him maxed out in the NFL. Couple rings and mementos. Whole team keep it 10 toes. Got my head high at the same time. Keep my head down, gotta stay low. Sin City, but I got with me. Yeah, the pressure on, still calm in me. All the blood, sweat, tears hard on me. But the highs and lows making harmony. Hold up, whoa. Y'all are not hearing me, whoa. It ain't no fear in me, I hear them cheer. 60,000 in the stands, 100 million tuned in. It don't get any bigger than this.
Tonight, on Countdown to Green, we look back at the Old Dominion Classic. The crew prepares you for the Sunset Splash. And we've got wheels to give away with Logitech G. All of that and more, coming up on Countdown to Green.
Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech G for the sixth and final tournament of the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by the Play vs. College League, the Sunset Splash, live from the virtual Homestead-Miami Speedway in Homestead, Florida. James Pike here alongside Taylor Burris and Ryan Vargas, and a bit wild to think that this is only our second true mile and a half in this college series calendar. But Taylor Burris, we started on one in Charlotte, we end the season on one in South Florida.
And talk about a iconic track with the Homestead-Miami Speedway, of course, where we will return to crown a champion later on for the championship weekend, later on for the NASCAR Trucks, O'Reilly, and Cup Series in November. So it's a great way to wrap up the championship as well here for our eNASCAR College Series. And this is going to be a little bit different than what we saw for sure at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A lot more different varying lines that are going to challenge each and every single one of these drivers competing tonight.
That was exactly the point that I was thinking of, Ryan Vargas, is that Homestead is a place where if you have a lane that you'd like to run, a place where you want to be on the racetrack, you're not necessarily locked into one groove. You have options that puts the racing in the driver's hands.
absolutely. I don't think we could have gone to two more polar opposite styles of racetrack to round this college series season off. You have Martinsville Speedway, the paperclip. Everybody's fighting, rooting, and gouging for the bottom. The easiest way to pass somebody is to hit them. Homestead, you got 5 lanes to choose from. You want to run the fence? Go ahead and do that. You want a bottom feed? Go ahead and do that. You're going to see a lot of movement throughout the race, and it's going to be interesting to see how these guys play it out.
We've seen drivers go 3, 4, sometimes 5 wide here at Homestead-Miami, and I wouldn't necessarily rule that out. I think that's absolutely a possibility over the course of the evening. In the meantime, though, Taylor Burris, how about what the folks have done with iRacing Arcade? How much fun is this?
I mean, you're talking about an exciting game that just is for the casual sim racer, those who are wanting to have some fun. Great for kids who also want to maybe get their feet in the water of motorsports as well. Of course, right now, as of today, this is the last day. iRacing Arcade is available on Steam for a limited time on a sale that's going on right now. And of course, this is that third-person arcade style feel, but with some of the most iconic racing circuits across the globe and some of the most iconic cars. I mean, like right here, we see from the late great drivers of Formula V to the top tier of open-wheel Formula-style cars, prototypes, GT cars. In fact, recently, a new DLC with the Caterham came out recently as well.
Plenty of action that you can find in iRacing Arcade. Plenty of action also available in NASCAR 25, Ryan.
Absolutely. We all know I love some cute iRacing, but man, I especially love me some NASCAR 25, NASCAR's official video game with an in-depth career mode featuring Dale Jr. and Dirty Mo Media. This game features all 4 of NASCAR's touring series. That goes from Cup to O'Reilly to Truck all the way to ARCA. That means that there's over 200 NASCAR drivers in this game to choose from, which is super insane to see the detail there. And speaking of detail, laser scanned race tracks. That's another thing that, you know, with this partnership with iRacing, putting this game out, you get that bit of realism. But the other really great thing is whether you're one of the pros racing tonight in the college series, or if you're somebody who wants to just hang out and sit on the couch and crack open an ice cold Coca-Cola, you have an opportunity to jump in this and have that varying approachability there, I would say, James.
Plenty of options, I think, if you want to tackle your NASCAR career your way. So we take a look at the recap of what happened in the final of the Old Dominion Classic, our most recent tournament at Martinsville Speedway. Taylor, a lot of great battling up at the front between Dylan Alt, Logan Clampett, and Timmy Holmes to start this race.
Absolutely. They were wheel-to-wheel, great short-track racing action. How about this 3-wide pass by Timmy Holmes there down to the bottom of the racetrack, able to make it work. But watch out for Yarashek as he tried to pick it up. But this is where it all changed for him. Holmes making a very brave, I don't know if it was a heroic decision, but he's the only one that stayed out on the track while everyone came down for tires.
It got a little bit hairy, and once the die were cast and the tire strategies were put to use, guess who started making his way towards the front, right? Even amidst all the chaos behind him, a name that we have called out many a time this season, Connor Yarashek.
Yeah, Connor Yarashek right there takes a really good restart there, uses those fresher tires, gets the lead there. Just impressive move there and really smart tire strategy there to make sure he puts himself in position at the end of the race.
Big battle at the end of this. Matthew Zwack tried his best, tried as much as he could, and in the end, just could not get there in time. And Connor Yarashek was the driver who picked up his 3rd tournament win of the season. And not only got the win at Martinsville, but put himself in prime position entering this tournament to potentially claim the College Series title. This is a look at where we've been. And there's not really more where are we going, Taylor Burris, because we're here. It's the Sunset Splash. This is it. This is the final tournament of the season.
It really is. We are going to wrap it up here this next 2 weeks as we take a look at the format here. And, of course, 10 days prior to this, we had ourselves a time attack session where you could try to set your fastest time. 120 drivers qualified it. 330 schools registered to compete this previous event. And to show you how close, how tight the competition is, the qualifying gap from first to 120th, 0.23 of a second. That's about 3.2 truck lengths between the fastest driver who set the qualifying time and the 120th place driver. here for week 1, we break it up into 3 different groups. The drivers who advance will move on through the LCQ and then the second round. We're looking for 39 of the best drivers to advance to next week in the semifinals, where they will compete for the scholarship money and also crowning a champion.
This is a look at the bracket that we have used all season, Ryan Vargas, and the song remains the same this evening. Week 1, the yellow and red and blue portions we will complete this evening. Everything in orange we'll have to wait another week for, but by the time we wrap it up next Wednesday night, we'll have a tournament champion, and we will have an overall champion of this series too.
Absolutely, and you know, Taylor hit it on the head there. With 39 drivers advancing to the semifinals next week, these guys are going through a gauntlet. Look at all the races these guys have to go through just to get to the semifinals. That's not even a guarantee that you're going to be having a great week next week. So lots of racing for these drivers up ahead, and I'm just excited to catch all the action.
Going to be a lot of fun to see how these drivers tackle Homestead-Miami. A reminder that drivers who have registered and competed in at least one of the time attacks over the course of the season will automatically be entered for a chance to win a racing prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PlayStation, and iRacing credits, and a custom eNASCAR College Series t-shirt. And if you want more information and rules on that, they're available at pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. So, somebody's going home with another wheel. In the meantime, though, Ryan Vargas, you know this place better than the two of us. We'll let you handle tonight's Logitech G track analysis.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite parts, getting to talk about these racetracks here with the Logitech G track analysis. We're heading to Homestead, Florida this race here. This track is 1.5 miles long. Banking is 18 degrees at the bottom, 20 degrees at that top. That progressive banking is going to come into play. You're going to see a lot of guys up against the fence. Pit road speed is 45 miles an hour. This place opened in 1995 under a different configuration there. It's undergone a lot of changes, but now we're at this current format. The previous winner here, previous College Series winner, I think this guy's a little familiar to us. Steven Wilson, I don't know if that rings a bell, but he's done a little bit of winning here on the sim.
He's fought for Iowa a few times in this and won for Iowa many times in this series. So, Taylor Burris. Normally, this is where we talk about the storylines we're going to see entering this evening, but we thought for this final show, we'd have some fun and change things up a little bit.
Absolutely. We're going to get our chance to talk to a competitor who's in the hunt for a championship. Daniel Faulkingham will join us. And Daniel, we got to talk a little bit about this, of course, with this amazing series and the colleges. But you're currently a graduate student in business. Do you have any ideas what you'd like for you to pursue post-graduation?
Right now there's a lot of stuff I'm still trying to think over, because, you know, life likes to throw a lot of crazy curveballs at you. So, all that kind of stuff I'm still trying to figure out at this current moment. But right now, just as I'm trying to get that figured out, I'm still enjoying my time here in the College Series, how much fun I've had over here. But still got a lot of things I got to figure out in the meantime, though.
I completely understand. But of course, not only are you a competitor here in the College Series, you are also trying to return once again to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series by going through the gauntlet of the qualifiers right now. How are you balancing pulling this double duty? Because literally, you just got done racing last night at Chicagoland Speedway, and here you are getting set for the finale here for the College Series.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky to balance it, but pretty much, thankfully, with this, we race pretty much every other month, it feels like, in the College Series, but over in the Tuesday nights, we're racing pretty much every week. So it's important to try to stay on top of your game every Tuesday night, especially when we're going to so many different racetracks and so many different cars, where over in the College Series, it's very consistent with just one vehicle and just a kind of half dozen tracks. So thankfully, we've been able to balance it out pretty well. I seem to, my luck in both series seems to either be really, really high, or I don't got none at all. So it's been tough to try to balance all that out, but even though, like, we've had some issues even last night, and we've had some issues over in the College Series, we've still been showing out really good. We've got a win in both series this year, so we're having a good time. And right now, hopefully, we can end both series on a good note, because both series are pretty much coming to an end. So we're getting down to the finish line, and hopefully, we can end it on a really good note.
Well, I know for the qualifiers, it's more about being a part of that coveted group that moves on to the big championship later this year. But tonight, you are in contention for the championship, for the big scholarship money. You're 27 points behind Connor Yarashak. what is going to be your game plan to come out on top and be the 2026 champion?
Yeah, it's really just going to come down to just having all the luck fall our way. Because first, we got to get through this week, make it into the big show next week. But, I mean, anything can happen, you know. That's why we love this racing business nowadays. Because anything really, truly, anything can really happen. So, hopefully, like, we can just do all the right things to get ourselves into the main show next week. And then hopefully all the pieces fall into place for us. But we got a steep mountain to climb. And hopefully we can do whatever we can to maybe hopefully sneak one out on Connor, but it's going to be very tough. But nonetheless, we're still battling for second and third to try to get that big scholarship money with the big prize pool at the end of the season for the top 3 overall. So that's really our focus, is to try and make sure we finish in that top 3. But we come out on top of the title, it would mean a lot. Considering the success I've had over here the last couple of years, it mean a lot to really go out as champion.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you and your college the best of luck here. Of course, the main event, guys, you are really ready, set to go, and represent your team. We look forward to seeing you what you can do tonight here at Homestead.
Yeah, appreciate you, boys. Hope you all enjoy the show.
Absolutely.
Daniel Faulkingham, as accomplished as they come in the College Series. Taylor, last thought before we turn our attention to the race.
I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of chaotic energy here at Homestead. We're going to see drivers riding right up against the wall. We're going to see them bottom feeding, and we're going to see them split the difference and go right through the middle to get through this gauntlet of drivers to represent their colleges and see if they have what it takes to be on the top step here this weekend.
Ryan Vargas, one thing you're watching entering tonight.
Oh, man. I mean, look, if Daniel Faulkingham is bringing that kind of energy into an interview, I'm excited to see the energy that he brings to the race. He has a little bit of a gap to make up on Connor Yurashek, but making sure that he has a safe night, making it to the next week's tournament, that's going to be the most important thing.
That's it for Countdown to Green, presented by Logitech G. We'll be right back, and the Sunset Splash from Homestead-Miami is next.
How fast could a stock car go?
Born from bootleggers, built by rule breakers. We don't ask permission, we don't seek approval. We just are. The most relentless, unpretentious athletes on the planet. Chasing glory at 200 miles per hour. Defiantly unapologetic. Authentically NASCAR.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba. Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals, available now on Amazon.
3 tournaments out of 5. Connor Yurashek claims the Old Dominion Classic at Martinsville.
The time is now, now's the time. The kid on the rise, the top spot. When I see it, it's mine. I celebrate, yeah, I'm taking a fine. I can't tame, can't put me in line. Gotta focus, standing on business, it's no emotion. Full speed with it, can I coast to the championship? Bring toast.
The College Series kicks off the final tournament of the season, the Sunset Splash from Homestead-Miami. While the championship is in sight for a few, 120 student drivers still have to surf their way to next week.
The time is now, whenever I can't look back. It's mine forever, the record is established. I ain't been letting them team on my back. The time is now, whenever I'm making it count. Counting times and counting me out. Straight out the mud, I'm making it out. I gotta get it, the time is now.
race fans, and welcome to iRacing's coverage of Week 1 of the 6th tournament in the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series, powered by Play vs. College League, the Sunset Splash, live from the virtual Homestead-Miami Speedway in Homestead, Florida. I am James Pike, joined this evening by Taylor Burris and Ryan Vargas. And we are here to begin the final tournament of the College Series season at a track, Ryan, that has a long and storied pedigree of crowning champions. We'll do that next week, but first, these drivers have to get to Week 2.
Yeah, I mean, and getting to Week 2 is gonna be a difficult road ahead. You're talking about a gauntlet. This tournament is intense. We're going to whittle this field of over 100 drivers down to just 39. That is intense. So the best of the best are truly going to find their way to next week's tournament.
The good news, though, is that if you don't necessarily qualify well in these early rounds, Taylor Burris, Homestead is big, Homestead is wide, Homestead has space. Homestead gives you options that some of the other tracks that we've been to, you might not necessarily have been able to use.
Absolutely, and also if you think about it, James, this is the last effort for any one of these drivers who have been through the qualifiers, who has not made it to Week 2. This is their final chance to really try and get their colleges up towards that Week 2, have the shot to go for the big money next week, and maybe have a move up in the point standings as well. So that can also be a big thing to keep in mind for today's action, seeing who can just find their way through at the top.
Who can survive and become one of the final 39. This is a look at the schedule for the season. We've been to Charlotte, Daytona, Iowa, Michigan, Martinsville, and now, Ryan Vargas, Homestead-Miami Speedway to close out the season.
Yeah, and we hit on it in Countdown to Green, but those last two races couldn't be more opposite of each other, right? We saw Martinsville Speedway, that tight paperclip, door bang and bumper bang and racing. And we go to Homestead-Miami Speedway where it's wide, nice and flowing corners. So going to be an interesting race here tonight and see these guys charge through the field.
This is a look at our tournament bracket. We will start with our yellow and red and blue sections. We'll tackle all of those this evening, and then Taylor Burris next week will tackle the orange section, and we'll round out this tournament and the College Series season as a whole.
We start with 120. We will wrap up tonight with 39 drivers, and then we will move on to the finals where 25 drivers will go for those top 6 in scholarship money. So just to show you how tight the competition was, 330 schools registered to compete. Out of the 120 that qualified, the gap from first to 120 was just over 0.2 of a second.
3 truck lengths that separated people. Ryan, here are the points, and this is what you need to know. Yarashak, Faulkingham, Clampett are the ones fighting for a title. If they don't make it into next week, that makes the math very, very fun and interesting for us, but their goal will be make it to Week 2 to make this a straight-up fight.
Yeah, and Connor Yarashak hit on it yesterday during the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series broadcast. He doesn't want to go into this, even though he has a pretty sizable points lead, he doesn't want to be comfortable. He doesn't want to go into this thinking that he has it on lock or, trying to be, super cautious, because that's all he's going to do is end up putting himself in a bad spot. When you try and think that you're okay, you're probably going to end up getting on the bad end of the stick. So Connor Yarashak's going to do everything he can to be at the top of that point standings heading into next weekend, making sure that he maintains that gap over Daniel Faulkingham and Clampett.
That's a great point about sort of not being lulled into a sense of false security with the way that the format shakes out. And a friendly reminder to all drivers competing tonight that everyone will requalify in Week 2. So it doesn't necessarily matter where you finish in your round 2 race tonight. It's just that you finish in the top 13, Taylor. That's the key.
Yeah, absolutely. Being in that top 13 will be such critical, where we can see who can find their way through and move up in the point standings, even though they may not be in contention for the championship.
A lot of drivers that will have things to race for, and a few that will have very big things to race for. As we begin our first race of the evening, we'll go to Group 1, Heat 1, Round 1, and start everything off where the field will be paced by the Ohio State University's Matthew Morton, who set the fast time for this group and qualified with a 33.496. Isaac Shelley from the University of Northwestern Ohio starts second, and all Belmont Abbey College second row with Jalen Atkins and Tom Appleton, and at all UNC Charlotte third row with Logan Sully and Colin Teague.
Moving on into row number 4, it will be University of North Carolina at Charlotte, Zach Prost, alongside Cale College of Joseph Davis. Nick Miller from Kutztown University of Pennsylvania and Jackson Anderson from Oklahoma State University round out your top 10. Moving on to row 6 will be Logan Harpin from East Tennessee State University and Tyler Skozen from the University of Northwestern Ohio.
Rolling off from 13th, Sky Schreck, the Oklahoma Sooners, starts alongside Alec Andrex, one of a pair of Delaware Blue Hens that we've seen in the College Series this year. The Florida State Seminole, Bailey Brennan, rolls off alongside the Georgia Bulldog, Avery Mendoza in row 8. Row 9 is where you'll find Sacramento State's Dylan Holt and Texas Tech's Elijah Wells.
Moving on to round out your top 20 will be Villanova University's Anthony Mara.
19 drivers that will start this first round, first race, first group. Taylor Burris, for the first time, let's look at our Logitech G race analysis.
Absolutely. It's going to go 18 circuits around tonight's racetrack here, so just about 27 miles. The setups, all the same, fixed iRacing setups for these trucks. Top 8 advance to the second round. Those from 9th to 19th will proceed to the first round of LCQ. And I talk about for this group here that we're going to be seeing, we got some heavy matchups right now that we're going to be keeping an eye on. We'll go more into that later on tonight.
A lot of matchups that we'll be taking a look at over the course of this evening. We got plenty of time. We're going to be here for most of your evening. And a reminder that if you've registered and participated in at least one of the time attacks, you have automatically been entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits, and a unique eNASCAR College iRacing Series custom t-shirt. And more information and the full set of rules are available at pcl.tg/pages/eNASCAR. As these drivers climb the high banks of Homestead-Miami for the first time, lights are off on the pace car. Ryan Vargas, we're maybe a quarter of a lap away now from our 6th and final tournament of the season kicking off.
Absolutely, and this first heat race is really going to set the stage for what we're going to see here tonight. Is it going to be a bit chaotic? Are we going to see some wrecks? Or are we going to see these guys be a little bit nice to each other, right? Are they going to try and make some friends? Because you want to be in that top 8 to advance to the next round. So we're getting ready to take the green. I'm ready to see what happens.
Matthew Morton, the Ohio State Buckeye, leading an all-Ohio school front row. That's a theme amongst the first 6 drivers as the green flag unfurls, and we are underway with the Sunset Splash at Homestead-Miami. And immediately further back in the field, Dylan Holt makes it 3 wide to try and gain some early track position. They're 2x2. Otherwise, one driver sliding sideways and out of the top 5. It was UNC Charlotte's Colin Teague that got loose in the middle of the quarter. They're 4 wide a little bit further back, and it is already chaotic towards the back end of this field, Taylor.
We are seeing drivers trying every which way. Find that groove, find that clean air to move up the running order as we watch Isaac Shelley sitting comfortably in the 2nd position. The 2 Belmont Abbey drivers trying to work together to hunt him down and move up further in the running order. Jackson Anderson currently holds that coveted 8th position.
Morton, Shelley, and then the Belmont Abbey drivers, Appleton and Atkins, all in position. This just a little bit further back. Logan Sully up on the top side, and Nick Miller right behind him. And then Jackson Anderson and Zach Probst were together, but Probst has decided to back it down in line. This is the first really great battle on the racetrack. The Belmont Abbey drivers starting to scoot away ever so slightly from this group, but good fight all between these drivers, all of them fighting for a spot in your top positions, and in particular for this first round race, top 8 is the number that matters.
And something for the viewers at home that you're seeing here, you're seeing all these drivers driving all over the racetrack here. One thing to keep an eye on is you see that they're all offset from each other, and what they're doing there is making sure that they get the air on the nose of their racetrack, making sure that they're not getting that aero tight. You see right here, Bailey Brennan, he's running that top lane, but he's about half a lane off that truck ahead as they just slam the fence. That's good. It's going to be interesting to see how that damages their truck, but being in that aero wash, that is going to burn up that right front. So making sure that you keep those tires underneath you and not make them angry early on in this heat race. I know it's a short race, but it's very easy to make them angry.
Good look there, I think, from Bailey Brandon's onboard, the Florida State Seminole, of all the lanes that you could run at Homestead-Miami. We talked about that in pre-race. We talked about that at the top of our show here, and we're seeing it already. Drivers looking to the inside and the outside, looking all over just to try and find some sort of track position.
They are trying every which way. How about the driver from Hill College trying to work his way around the outside? Joseph Davis, big run coming off turn number 4, but gets held up just a little bit by Zach Prost, but is going to push him down the straightaway and then return to the top side, rim riding around that wall as best he can to keep his speed and momentum in his favor.
Big move there from Zach Prost to try and climb the fence there and get up and block these drivers. I think a theme we're going to see, I can already see it developing amongst those competing on the racetrack, but the idea of getting a good run on the inside and making sure that you get up the racetrack in time on corner exit to block somebody on the high lane with a good run. We're seeing that already in the middle of the pack, Ryan.
Absolutely. If you're one of those trucks that's in the top side lane, if maybe you may not be as fast as the truck behind you, but you can defend for your life. If they get to that inside and kind of bog down there, that's one thing with these trucks. Once you get low in the RPM, the rev band right there, that's going to be something that really hurts your corner exit speed. Whereas the trucks, they're able to keep a little bit more RPM, getting that run off the corner and be able to get back to the regular quarter panel, the side draft. All that comes into effect with these trucks here in a big way.
Looking off the rear deck lid of Elijah Wells, currently in the 13th position, racing with Anthony Mara, the Villanova Wildcat, just behind in their classic blue combination. Wells gets the fence there. You can see the camera shake there in the middle of the corners, so that'll hurt his momentum on corner exit. Opened up the opportunity for Mara or Alec Andrex to get a run. Neither of them, though, with a great exit out of turn 2. So Wells, I think, getting away with the win a little bit there, Taylor.
Absolutely. Of course, representing Texas Tech University right now. Of course, we know football season's over. We know college basketball, but there is still the road to Omaha with the college baseball still in full swing. They just got done with a little bit of a losing run against West Virginia for the Texas Tech Red Rebels, but still a lot on the line as they get set to play Abilene Christian and Incarnate Woods the next couple of days as we go on board with Matthew Morton with the Ohio State University and the Buckeyes leading the charge in a comfortable margin, 7/10 ahead of Isaac Shelley.
Morton and Shelley and Atkins all pretty well clear of the action here. Nick Miller starting to get away from Logan Sully in the 5th spot. And then Tom Appleton, Zach Prost, Dylan Alt, Jackson Anderson. It's about at Appleton where this pack really begins. You can see here Dylan Alt doing a nice job charging through this field. He did start in the 16th position. He's climbed 8 spots. He's done a nice job working through the field.
Absolutely, and that's one of the beauties of Homestead-Miami Speedway is if you're one of those guys that do qualify towards the tail of the field, there's a lot of lanes to pick from. You're not going to be stuck behind somebody. You can move around, jump to the top, jump to the middle. Hey, you could pull a slider as we see again some wall contact there, but making sure that you take advantage of the runs when you get it. That momentum, that RPM, keeping that up, that's going to be a huge thing when it comes to setting up a pass.
Looking at this group here, you've got Zach Probst trying to work to the outside of Tom Appleton. Dylan Alt will be next in line. And then this group right here where you've got Joseph Davis, Jackson Anderson, Bailey Brandon and company all fighting for spots.
Keeping an eye on some of the competition here as they almost decide to go 3 wide a little further back around the 9th position as we watch the drivers of Belmont Abbey and UNC Charlotte go head-to-head with Appleton, Prost, and then throw in Dylan Alt, who's trying to sneak his way through the middle, trying to pick up a couple of extra spots, give him that little extra cushion to prevent him from going into the LCQ later on this evening. He will get ahead of Tom Appleton, move him up to 7th.
Good run, though, for Appleton back on that high lane. He's starting to shift where he runs. He had been running the bottom for a good chunk of this heat. He has now decided to go to the top line and is going to try and roll momentum on the high line to keep Dylan Alt behind him. This would be for just ahead of the transfer spot. Skozen also in line there, too.
And one of the things, again, for the viewers at home to take a look at here, you see a lot of these guys going through the corner here. We saw it a lot more in turns 3 and 4 than we did here as we get a slide job for position there. That was that was brilliantly executed. If you don't think you have the run, you might as well send it on in there and take it off as we ride on board with Zach Probst in the 6th position there. But watch as we go down to the turn number 3 and 4 here. They're not getting all the way down to the white line. They're running that seam. He kind of crosses it over there. He kind of defeated what I was getting ready to talk about. But a lot of these guys are hugging that seam. That bottom lane is a lot more flat than that second lane, so that's one of the things of keeping that momentum while also not binding your RPMs there.
It's flat, but you also kill your momentum on the inside line, and I think especially as these runs progress, you'll start to see that outside line really begin to make some hay because it's easier to get around there. You're not pressing the tires as much. You're not pushing as much. If you're going to go down to the inside, I think you almost have to do sort of what Dylan Alt did to clear Appleton about a half lap ago, where you just got to send it in deep with the understanding, Taylor, that you're probably going to drift up to the wall, but that's part of the entire process.
It really is. You got to be so careful with that off of turn 3 and 4 because that car, if you don't place it right, I mean, Ryan, I got to ask you, that truck will work its way real close to where if you're not careful, you could easily hit that wall off turn 4.
Yeah, and one thing that I will give iRacing a lot of credit for is they've modeled in the aerodynamic model of when you get close to that wall with these trucks, with the side force, that flat right side of these trucks, it almost kind of builds a bit of an air cushion, a bit of an air pocket, like almost like a beach ball. I heard Dale Jr. referenced it as, is, you know, you kind of get that leaned up against the wall and, you know, you can lean on it a lot, but once you pop that beach ball, you're going to hit the fence.
Good battle here further back with a Georgia Bulldog, an Oklahoma State Cowboy, and a Delaware Blue Hen between Jackson Anderson, Avery Mendoza, and Alec Andrex. Mendoza got a little loose on the exit of turn 2. Anderson pacing this group. Here comes Andrex trying to dive it off to the inside and again pull that slider. We've seen that a few times already, but look at how much Andrex is just dirt tracking it through the corner there. That was impressive to say the least. I'm surprised he hung on to it, but he manages to get the spot. Now Anderson and Mendoza are going to have to fight for the spots behind.
Oh, he ain't afraid to get the chrome horn out either, as we saw Anderson just keep bumping and bumping on that back bumper of that Blue Hen, able to gather it on back up and hold on to positioning here. But here comes Mendoza down to the bottom. He's got a big run coming. Can he keep that momentum up? As the Bulldog now look at Anderson to the inside. 3 wide for position and contact, as that will move Andrix up the racetrack and losing 2 spots.
So Andrix back into the 14th spot. Mendoza now up to 12. All these drivers fighting for LCQ starting position. That's the problem. They're all outside of the top 8. Good look at some of these UNC Charlotte trucks. The battle that sits for the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. The Charlotte 49ers almost making contact with each other and spinning out of turn 2. The teammates get together as Logan Sully and Zach Proch make contact at the exit of the corner, and that'll send both those Charlotte drivers to the LCQ. Disaster for the 49ers there.
Absolute disaster. That completely just ruined a lot of momentum there for those guys. And Dylan Alt, we watched him. He pulled a massive slider on that group. He has vaulted all the way up to 4th. That is a massive gain for Dylan Alt.
You can see the disbelief in the faces of those watching up in the northeast part of the city of Charlotte, where the UNC Charlotte campus sits, as we get a good look at Matthew Morton, who has paced this group from the onset and has cleared everybody by 2 seconds. That's the gap he's got to Isaac Shelley. So Matthew Morton with ease is going to take this first round race and this first round race for Group 1. Morton gets it done. He'll win it. Shelley is going to come up second. Atkins was third. And Joseph Davis from Hill College, the final transfer after the incident between the pair of Charlotte 49ers, who will now have to head to the LCQ.
I think all 3 of the Charlotte 49ers are going to be going into that LCQ. So I have to say, out of the 3 colleges who represent the most, UNC Charlotte has struggled the most this season as we take a look at our full field rundown from heat race number 1.
Morton, Shelley, Atkins, Alt, Miller, Scozen, Appleton, and Davis. Your 8 that will transfer. And I think that's a good example of something that I think we're going to see tonight a lot, Ryan, because we've seen it in every week 1 race. Don't beat yourself.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw Matthew Morton. The finance major, he cashed in. He made sure that he got out there, absolutely put the sails out, made sure that he got that lead. And now he sets himself up for a good starting spot for the second round.
Moving on to our second first round race in this group. Nick Dyer from University of Maine will start up front alongside Western Connecticut State's Jonathan Evans. A.J. Hyder from St. John's River State College and Babson College's Ethan Shapiro start 3rd and 4th. Maverick Dadish from Kettering University and Wyatt Thompson from Wilson Community College rolling off 5th and 6th.
Moving on into row number 4, we'll find John McClear from Rollins College with another Belmont Abbey College driver, Jake Innes, in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 from Purdue University, Carson Bowers and Landon Kelly from Seminole State College of Florida. Row 6, we'll find Central Connecticut State University's Kyle Martin and Thaddeus Peakwilder from Belmont Abbey College.
13th on the grid is another Charlotte 49er. It's Alexander Papademetrio. Landon Graham Jr. from Coffeyville Community College starts 14th. 15th is Hewlin Kauser from Northern Illinois, the Husky. Then the Falcon of Bowling Green State University. Griffin Salyer starts 16th. 17th on the grid is Ryan Arnold from Bryan College. And 18th in shotgun on this field is the Buccaneer from East Tennessee State University, Connor Martin.
Keep an eye on row number 8. You got yourself a MAC rivalry between Northern Illinois and the Bowling Green. It's going to be a fun one to watch between those two as they try to see if they can move into the top 8 and move on to the second race later on. As we take a look at our Logitech G race analysis, same thing. We're just going to do it all over again. 18 laps, 27 miles, top 8 advance to the second round. The rest of the field will move on to the LCQ.
It is a MAC rivalry for a few more months at least before the Huskies of Northern Illinois are off to join the Mountain West on July 1st. But I suppose we are midweek, so it would be fitting, Taylor, then that we have some action here amongst this now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an exciting one. I mean, we still, like I touched on, we still got baseball going on for the college sporting athletic. We're starting to wrap up with some of the things before we get into our winter with football, basketball, and so forth. So it's going to be an exciting time to wrap up this spring season and then take a little bit of that summer break and wrap it back up later on in the fall.
Brian Vargas, do you live for midweek action?
Look, I love everything about what is going on here. Look, you have all these rivalries between the universities. You have all these guys duking it out on the racetrack. We talk about, midweek baseball rivalries, right? Now it's going into the racetrack here. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Which is all to say, yes, he's a big fan of midweek action. That's the simple answer there as we get set to roll with our second first-round race in group number 1. So another set of drivers that will advance to either the LCQ or the second-round race in this first group to sort out who goes where. Green flag is out. Nick Dyer going to pace them to the start-finish line, and we are underway. They are already moving around in the back and wrecking in the back before they even get to turn 1.
Tough break for several drivers right here as we watch up at the front of the field, and one of those drivers being the Northern Illinois competitor. So not a good look as they continue to wreck off turn number 2. The Coffeyville, Rollins, East Tennessee, and more all collected on this opening lap run.
I want to say it was Landon Kelly that was the first one to get loose. I couldn't tell whether or not there was contact. I think there might have been ever so slightly some contact between Kelly and Carson Bowers from Purdue, but it sends all of them backwards, and now we have this group of cars fighting for the transfer spots.
What a slide drop by AJ right there. He went from the bottom to the top and was cleared by maybe a couple inches there, if that. You saw a little bit of frustration maybe from Nick Dyer, kind of giving him a shove down the front stretch, saying, I gave it to you now, but maybe later you're not going to get that kind of a break.
So now we start to see who's got the pace under a long green flag run. I think that's going to be the interesting thing amongst all of this is, yes, there's a way that you race this track right off a restart or an initial start, but after that, how does the speed in your truck pan out once we get a few laps of green flag racing and once the tire temps start to come up? Who has pace, who has speed? It's going to be fun to watch, I think, as we get a good look at the battle here right towards the front end of this field. AJ Hyder and Nick Dyer chasing Jonathan Evans, the race leader.
Drivers trying to settle in as we go a little further back here with Shapiro, Jake Innes. This is the battle for 6th position. In fact, you can probably make it the battle for 3rd as we see side by side between Dyer and Davis. And already drivers trying to put the bumper on each other and move up in position here. Innes to the inside of Shapiro. Carson Bowers sits in the catbird seat, ready to pick up any spots that come his way as he holds that 8th position.
Good work from Innes there to slide up the racetrack and get that spot pull the slider that we need. A little bit different setup for the watch party in Belmont, North Carolina at Belmont Abbey College, but Jake Innes currently working his way. A good look at the trio of rigs that they have set up within the program, and Innes trying to work on the right one as the Belmont Abbey Crusaders give a little wave to support those that are competing from the college in tonight's tournament. Innes doing a good job running in the 6th spot. Thaddeus Peakwilder currently scored in the 10th position. 2 Belmont Ivy drivers in this specific race.
Something that I'm watching right here is everybody is bottom feeding right now. And why people may be asking, well, why don't they just get up to the top? There's plenty of momentum up there, plenty of racetrack up there. Why don't you jump up there and make some moves? Well, we kind of saw it there a little bit in that race. If you jump up there too quick, you may burn that right rear off. We saw a couple trucks in that race, but they got way high against that wall. You see a move being made by Jake Innes there. Once you get up there and you kind of spend too many laps up there, you could really overheat your right side tires, in particular your right rear. And you see how unstable these trucks can get.
And it's really, really easy to lose the rear end, I think, especially if you just try and get on the gas too quickly. This is a track where you've got 20 degrees of banking, so you have a little bit to help you, but it is so incredibly easy to burn down your right rear tire here at Taylor, and I think we're going to see that a lot this evening, whether or not it's initially when we get going on restarts or initial starts and there's just not enough temperature built up in it, or if drivers drive too much off of that right rear over the course of these heat races and they end up burning it up.
That, I think, is where we're going to see it the most, towards that end of the stage. We're going to see those, in a sense, rabbits take off and try to run away with those fresh set of tires. But the problem is, how soon will these other drivers who are patient, taking care of those tires, slowly reel the drivers here and close in on their competitors and make them outside looking in as we go on board here momentarily. One of the drivers, as we see some more side-by-side action. Here we are with Ryan Arnold from Bryan College, as he has got quite a bit of work to do as he sits in 14th, got caught up in that opening lap run.
So Ryan Arnold's representing Bryan College out of Tullahoma, Tennessee, currently scored in the 14th position, just behind Eastern Tennessee State's Connor Martin. So 2 volunteer state drivers, nose to tail, a little bit further back in the field. How about this battle, though? Look at this, 3 wide between Innes and Nick Dyer and Wyatt Thompson, all for position, but Dyer again with that outside run. If you can get the momentum on the outside on corner exit and you've got no one in front of you, very clearly, Ryan, that's the place to be.
It's the place to be, and that was such a unique moment there, because when you get that offset 3 wide, that's where you can get into pretty vulnerable situations there. We saw Jake Innes right there. He was kind of offset to the right rear quarter of the car on the inside, and the car on the outside was making the top, ring riding around the top. So, you know, when you're in those spots, it's very easy to get caught up, and everybody did a really good job settling in.
And it's trying to close on Nick Dyer, and Carson Bowers trying to work over Wyatt Thompson for position. They'll stay in line for the time being. We're just over the halfway point of this heat race. 10 laps down, 18 the full distance, so 8 to go for these drivers. And Shapiro, incidentally, happens to be our transfer. He's the green card just on the edge of the shot, just behind Carson Bowers.
Watching on here with AJ Hyder, it kind of has settled down, just keeping the rhythm. That's one of the things I think I have stressed all season long. For drivers who are in that 8th position, this isn't really the most important one. I mean, if you're in that top 8, you don't need to really worry about gaining position, because there is not going to be any changes. There's not going to be a qualifying. It's just a matter of just moving forward, making sure you're in those needed positions to guarantee your shot in being a part of that top 39 and moving on to next week. Then you got a whole different set of problems to worry about, but here it's just being that top 8 and that top 13 to move on.
This truly is just a matter of making sure that you give yourself the right opportunity and you take this one race at a time and accomplish what is set immediately in front of you. It is much easier, I think, to sort of run this by steps and sort of work your way up the ladder one step at a time than it is to try and think about how you're going to make it into the final 25. As we look at Ethan Shapiro, the transfer driver, as it stands, maybe about a truck length or 2 behind Carson Bowers, and it's a similar gap back to Kyle Martin representing Central Connecticut State University.
And it's interesting watching now. We talked about how at the beginning of the race, everybody was bottom feeding, line wrapping that bottom. Now you see as the tires have worn, everybody's a lot more keen to get up against the outside wall or run in that middle lane. A lot of momentum being used up top.
Those who can run the middle successfully, I think, are going to be those who find the most success, especially in these earlier rounds. As we look at Bowers and Shapiro, this is the setup between the two of them as they both would transfer as it stands, but again, that's as it stands. plenty that could change, I think, between now and lap 18.
Absolutely, as Carson Bowers, who of course represents Purdue, currently right now in the baseball season, they are 25-11, 12-6 in the Big Ten Conference. They just got done with a little bit of a winning streak against Northwestern before losing to Miami of Ohio as they get set for a 3-game streak with Ohio State in the season. So pretty good run for the Purdue Boilermakers.
Bowers, who won a round 2 race at Daytona, as Daniel Faulkingham is in the fence and hard in the wall. Trouble off of turn 2, and I think a little bit of contact with one of the UNC Charlotte drivers, and I believe it was Alexander Papadimitriou who got into Beat Wilder, and Beat Wilder just was a victim of the pinball effect.
Take a look at the replay right here. You see Papadimitriou right there up on the top side of the racetrack, Beat Wilder on the bottom, and just contact, I guess, not realizing how close they were, and unfortunately for Beat Wilder, we'll see you in the LCQ, good sir, and we'll hopefully see if you don't get eliminated.
And you can also see the wiggle, too, Ryan, from Papadimitriou there at the top line.
Yeah, it almost looked like they both anticipated each other, meeting each other in the middle, and by panicking and getting all squirrely on the wheel, they ended up just meeting in the middle regardless. So one of those moments where getting caught up in the mirror kind of actually caused the wreck there.
I have a feeling we're probably going to see that a few more times tonight. That's just my hunch. As things carry on, we watch and see how these drivers work their way around Homestead-Miami. Evans, Hyder, Maverick Davis. We've not called Maverick Davis his name yet, but he has consistently been right in the mix, top 5 in a good spot. Meanwhile, the midweek action that we talked about, a little bit further back in the field, we've got a good bit of it between Hewlin Cowser and Griffin Salyer in 13th and 14th.
Just these two drivers here who got caught up in that opening lap. They could possibly, if more chaos ensues, find their way up further up the running order, which could be helpful for them in the LCQ. But right now, they are just going to be swapping positions for the time being against these two Mac drivers as we watch them work their way through. In fact, the last time these two went head-to-head in baseball, Northern Illinois won 2 out of the 3 matchups as these two go at it. So I'm pretty sure for the driver of Griffin Salyers, he would like to try to at least finish ahead of his NIU rival here tonight.
They continue to stay pretty much hooked to the side. It's almost like it's a sort of side-by-side race between the two of them, as Jonathan Evans is in good shape here. Only needs one more set of corners to claim this first-round race and punch his ticket directly into round 2 with a resoundingly strong run. Really good work from the Western Connecticut State Wolf, and Jonathan Evans will cross the line and take the second first-round race from Group 1. Hyder and Davis also will go through. And the final transfer driver, Ethan Shapiro from Babson College.
That's a few drivers coming across the line here. McClear with Rollins coming across the line. Hopefully he can make some improvements to be ready to go in the LCQ. That last shot for him to try to move on into that final Group 1 event as he hits the wall off turn 4. That Rollins machine has seen better days after tonight's second heat race.
Evans, Hyder, Davis, Dyer, Innes, Thompson, Bowers, Shapiro, your 8 that go directly into round 2. Everybody else from Kyle Martin on down. Ryan Vargas headed to the LCQ.
Yeah, and one driver that I'm looking at as we head into round number 2, Jake Innes, he was really brave that entire race. He was one of the first to shade off of that inside line early in that race, start moving into different lanes, and now heading into round 2. I'm interested to see what he does.
Here we go. We are set now for our first LCQ of the evening. This the LCQ from group number 1. Brannon and Martin on the front row, and a lot of strong drivers in this field, Taylor Burris.
Absolutely, a heavy hitter. Some major colleges going head-to-head, such as Jackson Anderson from Oklahoma State, and, of course, Griffin Salyer and Hewlin Cowser going head-to-head once again in the LCQ.
Anderson and Shrek starting nose to tail, Bedlam there, and then a pair of Charlotte 49ers starting nose to tail in 13th and 15th on the grid, and Logan Sully and Zach Prost. Remember, they got together from transfer spots and made contact. That's why they're in this LCQ, Ryan. So I think they'll have work to do, and they'll be motivated to get up to the front to prove that the speed they showed early was not a fluke.
Absolutely. That second heat race was really jumbled up because of that early incident. You probably saw a lot of contenders, truthfully, guys who probably had an easy lock into that top 8 now get shuffled out into the LCQ. But Taylor, we got to go over this race.
Absolutely. For our Logitech G race analysis, we're still going to do the same thing. 18 laps, 27 miles around this circuit. But here's a little bit of a difference. Top 10 will advance to the second round. From 11th on back, unfortunately, your season concludes tonight. You do not get to advance. You are eliminated. We will see you for the next season in 2026 and 2027.
Got to go all the way to September before you get the opportunity to compete again. If you want more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today to find out how you get involved with the College Series, the Coach Series, so many other great initiatives in the world of eNASCAR and iRacing. You can run the ARCA car, you can run the truck, you can run the O'Reilly car, you can run the Cup car, Ryan. You can run pretty much anything on just about every single track you can find at the national level of NASCAR.
And the wonderful thing about this is if you're somebody who's curious about jumping into iRacing, just know every one of these drivers started at the exact same spot. And James, one of my favorite combos and one of the things you'll get if you're a rookie on iRacing is the street stocks at Charlotte. Probably hop into one of those things, getting to run around the big tracks in those underpowered heavy pigs, and it's a good time to learn, get used to the sim, and continue moving yourself up.
So many opportunities in the world of iRacing if you're interested in the world of eNASCAR, starting with the ARCA cars that Ryan just mentioned and moving up potentially all the way to the eNASCAR iRacing series, the Cup cars, those 50% races that are a staple of competition on the official side and have been the breeding ground for a lot of drivers who have gone on to find success in not only the College Series but the Coach Series as well. Bailey Brandon, the Florida State Seminole on home turf, albeit maybe a few hours away by car to say the least. But we are still in the Sunshine State, and Sky Shrek gets turned before we even get to the start-finish line. There was a stack up there in the middle of the pack as we go green flag racing.
Already a tough break for several drivers. It looks like, trouble for Brennan as he nearly loses it. Gathers it back up and continues on, but he is going to lose multiple spots there as another driver loses it off of turn number 2. That is Wells from the Texas Tech team, and he's got quite a bit of work to do.
So now here comes this pack here, keeping an eye very closely on Alec Andrex, Griffin Salyer, Jackson Anderson, Avery Mendoza right in the middle of this pack. That's where trouble is going to start from that group in the middle there. As you can see, Martin and Arnold and company are loving that. That is just a total mess here as you get a good look at 3 Charlotte 49ers trying to work together.
And this is the race where the urgency comes into play. We saw a lot of contact there, a lot of guys overshooting that turn number 1 entry, a lot of guys messing up the start, and that's just a product of, hey, this is your last opportunity to advance. And, well, you see right here, we see a lot of 49ers here racing together, all 3 of them trying to make up some ground.
All 3 of them trying to work together, all 3 of them behind Landon Kelly and Alec Andrex, who are pacing this group. Here's the incident in turn 2 that started creating all the calamity. Contact there with Elijah Wells and Connor Martin, who eventually got into Thaddeus Beatwilder and one other driver. I believe that might have been Logan Harpine, who also got caught up in this incident. All of them towards the back of this group as Griffin Salyer got a little bit loose in the middle of the group there and had to back out of it and will lose a few positions as a result.
Look at Mendoza trying to throw some blocks there to prevent the driver of Northern Illinois moving up a couple of positions here. That's Kauser as he tries to work his way through. Picks up a couple of spots, moves into 8th position as the Bulldog works his way through up to 6.
continuing to work through this group. Look at the move there from Alec Hendricks to go all the way down to the inside on the straightaway to try and keep Jackson Anderson at bay, but to no avail. Anderson with a good run on the inside and will clear Hendricks and get the 4th position in this race. Contact there, though. It almost got close between Mendoza and I believe Papadimitriou. Those two just about turned themselves on the front stretch.
Mendoza really trying to squeeze those trucks on the top side lane. We talk about the side draft. Everybody's fighting for that top lane. They know that the speed's up there. There's no saving your tires in this race, James. Everybody is going 100% early because they know that they want that track position to make sure that they can move on.
How tight, how close this will be, how entertaining I think we are going to see some of the racing here in this LCQ. It's been fun already. A lot of side-by-side action. A lot of people trying to fight their way to the front as Mendoza gets a bump from one of the Charlotte 49ers and is going to try and make that high line work against Papadimitriou, who is down on the inside.
Looking through the field as Papadimitriou and company try to work their way through. There he gets in front of his teammate of Logan to see if they can move up the running order, work together as now Failure is now working his way around the outside of Kowser. Seeing if he can just maintain position is critical. They have a little bit of a gap, about 3/10, so they just got to be patient, not race each other too hard because Zach Prost and Anthony Mara are right there, ready to capitalize on any mistake these 4 drivers have.
Keeping an eye on the battles here, keeping an eye on whether or not somebody gets loose in the middle of the corner. I think that'd be my biggest fear if I'm amongst this pack as you watch our battles for 3rd, especially for 6th, for as much as they've been changing lanes, for as much as they've been trying to block each other. If somebody starts burning off their right rear and they lose it in the center of the corner, and then they try and overcorrect, Ryan, how many times have we seen that kind of thing at Homestead, and how susceptible a lot of drivers in the middle of that pack would be if something like that happened?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the big things here at Homestead is you're already fighting the race car. You're already up on top of the wheel. This track is a cheese grater on tires, so you're already slip sliding around, and now you factor in the traffic. You factor in a guy slipping up, getting loose in front of you, as we see Ryan Arnold trying to make a look to the lead on look to make a move for the lead on Kyle Martin, but you know, when you're one of those guys sliding around and something happens in front of you, when everything's all hot and greasy, it's hard to make that avoidance.
Really, really big time fights here among some of these drivers. As you look with Ryan Arnold, who sits in the 2nd spot, he's got a pretty good view of Kyle Martin, and I think more importantly, he's got nobody really directly behind him, so he can go chase this track and chase Martin down however he so pleases. Not the case here for these drivers right in the middle of this, who thought about going 3 wide and then thought better of it, but still just cannot get away from each other in the middle of the pack.
Seems to be the case here as here comes the Seminole State driver working his way up the running order, Landon Kelly, as he tries to pick up a couple of spots as we go further back for the race lead, actually, as Ryan Arnold finds his way around Kyle Martin, but Martin trying to fight his way back around the outside, but that inside lane is the preferred groove at this time that allows Arnold to pull away by a good run off turn 2.
Battle for the lead there as Martin will try and respond. And will not have anything in the middle of the corner, at least immediately, for Ryan Arnold. So consider that position swapped for the time being. Meanwhile, in the 6th position, Avery Mendoza has managed to finally get away from the battle, and that leaves Alexander Papadimitriou in control of the gaggle of cars you see here fighting for spots in the 2nd round.
Yeah, we had a small 2-car incident further back in the pack. Anthony Marr, Elijah Wells both got into each other, so they are effectively out of contention. We're going to get a replay here, actually, coming up here in a moment. But, you know, a lot of slipping and sliding here as we're going to take a look at it right here. Spilling over here, and just 2 cars fighting for that middle lane. Whoa, a lot of hang time right there, but that's the product of being in that middle lane. You're trying to get that cut, that rotation off, and when you're fighting for that middle lane and somebody else is coming from behind trying to make another cut underneath you, you're eventually going to make contact.
Elijah Wells is the one that monster trucked over the side there at Bailey Brennan and is out of contention for this race. So we'll see Wells next season in the meantime. Also, while we have a moment, and we'll try and recognize as many of them over the course of this evening as we can, but a salute to our seniors and graduate students who will be graduating out of the College Series next year. For some, this is the final tournament in their College Series careers, and we appreciate all the hard work and effort that the drivers of the College Series have done to contest and compete, not only in this season, but in all the previous College Series seasons as well. So stories we'll try and highlight over the course of this evening.
Some of those drivers who are going to be graduating is going to be drivers like Dylan Alt, who is a senior this year, along with Kyle Martin, as we see contact with Martin trying to force his way and hold off Jackson Anderson. Speaking of a senior, trying to showcase his veteran skills around the circuit.
I was about to say, great point there that you make, is we continue to see this battle for the second spot. Jackson Anderson has driven up to Kyle Martin. It's been one of the more impressive drives in the LCQ outright. Meanwhile, what kind of awkward position do the Charlotte 49ers find themselves in? Because as it stands, one of their three drivers would be making it in Logan Sully, but Zach Probst would be the first driver on the outside looking in. So I wonder to what degree Sully and Probst will try and work together to pass Hewlin Kauser or Landon Kelly, or any of their drivers immediately ahead of them, and get both 49ers into the second round.
Well, you see Kauser, he's already slipping and sliding off the corners. We got a big send to the inside. Kyle Martin going to try and pull the slide job. I'm surprised to see Kyle Martin pushing this hard to try and maintain the second spot. You both are in. You're both safe. I know it's an extra row or an extra spot in the main race here, but man, you know, getting yourself wrecked, potentially taking yourself out. I'd rather just, you know, say, hey, you know what, Jackson, you're faster than me. Go ahead and take it. I'll see you in the feature.
Continuing to work his way forward is Jackson Anderson. Done a great job of gaining all the track position. Meanwhile, how do you sort this out? If you're the Charlotte 49ers, you're running out of time to try and pass one of the trucks ahead of you. Is this a case where we may see them have to just throw arms up against each other? I know the 49ers on campus don't like it. They hate to see this. They'd love to see them try and put Hewlin Kauser behind them, but they've got to get to Kauser first.
Yeah, they certainly do, and right now that is not going in the favor, and Kauser is just keeping that cushion. It's a little bit of a bubble right now, so if I was Prost and Sully, don't battle each other. Work together. That's the whole point of having so many representatives from your college there to help each other. Don't take each other out like what we saw in their respective heat race not long ago. So you just 2 against 1. Don't let Kauser be the spoiler and preventing more of your drivers moving on.
All they're doing running side by side, Ryan, is increasing the gap. That's the thing I immediately see.
Yeah, I mean, running side by side like this is only going to bring them further back. They're dumping the air on each other's spoilers, completely taking them both out of contention. As you see, oh man, Logan's going to make the move to the inside. I don't think he's going to be able to clear him. It's going to be a tight battle here for the transfer spot between two teammates.
Two Charlotte 49ers enter this last lap with a shot at making the second round. One will have the opportunity to advance. Right now, it's Logan Sully. Zach Probst is going to have to send it in deep in 3 and 4 and pull the slider, but he's about 2 truck lengths back as Ryan Arnold is going to win this LCQ and make that easy and find himself in the second round without much trouble whatsoever.
And here we go across the line, and it will only be 2 instead of 4 UNC Charlotte drivers crossing over as we see the last of the drivers coming across the line for McAleer. I hate to say it, you get to start your summer vacation a little bit early as he'll slide it off turn 4.
So some of these drivers taking care of business and getting ready for early summer vacation, I suppose. You're already down in South Florida, so at least the beach isn't terribly far away, Ryan, right?
Oh, yeah. And it's just, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you made it to this level. You were able to make it to this top 125. As we get a look at the results here from the LCQ, Arnold, Martin, Andrex, Anderson, Mendoza, Papademetriou, Slater, Kelly, Kauser, and Sully, they all advance into the final round here tonight. And the rest, well, like you said earlier, James, early summer vacation.
Probst, Brennan, Martin, Teague, Beekwilder, Harpine, Graham, McClear, Mara, and Wells all going home, as is Sky Schreck. the Oklahoma Sooners. So the LCQ done and dusted. That leaves us with one more race in group number 1, and it's the second round race to determine the top 13 drivers of this group that will move on into week 2's proceedings and the final week of action in the College Series for the 25-26 season. Morton and Evans won their first round races. They'll start on the front row, then Shelley, Hyder, Atkins, and Davis making up the top 6 spots.
How about that here? Some of these heavy hitters working their way through. Dylan All, a senior, making his final run here. Can he cap it off with a great performance as we see the rest of the field? Dyer, Miller, Jake Innes, Tyler Skozin, and Wyatt Thompson.
Tom Appleton and Carson Bowers there in row 7. Joseph Davis and Ethan Shapiro starting 15th and 16th. Ryan Arnold and Kyle Martin, your top 2 of the LCQ, rolling off for the 17th and 18th positions.
And, of course, finally, we have Andrix, Anderson, Avery Mendoza, Papa Demetrio, Griffin Salyers, and Landon Kelly in row number 12. And then Hullenkauser and Logan Sully, who we're going to round out in row 13. 26 drivers. It's going to come down to these 13 spots. We're splitting it in half and going at it once again.
A good opportunity for us once again, Taylor, to check our Logitech G race analysis, this time for our first second round race of the evening.
Well, we're pretty much going to double everything now. We're going to run 36 laps around the circuit, 54 miles. The top 13 advance to the semifinals. Rest of the field, enjoy your summer vacation. Enjoy it here in beautiful Homestead, Miami. And, of course, you will unfortunately be eliminated. And we'll see you in the fall in September. And as we see the drivers get set, a little bit of anticipation for these drivers, James. It all comes down to this.
A reminder that iRacing Arcade is available now. If you scan the QR code on the bottom portion of your screen, you can check it out today on Steam. It is on sale until midnight tonight. Not sure whether or not that would be Eastern or Pacific time, Ryan. I don't know if you've got a better set of eyes or knowledge on that. But if you want iRacing Arcade on sale, get it tonight, probably during the College Series broadcast. That's going to be the easiest way to save yourself a few dollars to get in on some of the most fun you're going to have on Steam outright.
Oh yeah, go ahead and get it tonight. Take advantage of the sale, and man, you know, as my buddy Brad Perez calls it, we love playing some cute iRacing. It's a ton of fun to hop online with some buddies and kind of throw some haymakers on there, try and, you know, nudge each other out of the way. It's a good time and just a lot of fun to play some iRacing Arcade.
Morton and Evans, the drivers who will pace this field for this first of 3 second round races. We'll try and keep you abreast of all the numerology as it goes, but the key, top 13, that's where you want to be. If you make it in the top 13, you're going on to week 2. Anywhere behind that, you're going home, and you're going home early. Green flag is out. We're underway with the action here. What kind of action do we see to start proceedings, and how wild will this beginning be or not be? I think that's the big question.
How about this? 4 wide almost as they come off of turn number 2. They're still going to be 4 wide for some of these drivers as they try to negotiate the chaos. Carson Bowers splitting the difference here as he will pick up a couple of spots as they'll trouble several drivers around.
Some drivers a little bit caught together and stuck together in the back of the field that took out about 10 trucks. So it makes the battle for the transfer spots a little bit cleaner and easier as we see Carson Bowers stuck in the middle of a Belmont Abbey sandwich and Isaac Shelley and Dylan Alt already going after each other for third.
That was some intense racing to start this race off. You saw 3 and 4 wide action all throughout the pack. Some massive runs on the top side, and that's one of the products of this racetrack. Everybody's fighting to get to the bottom, but if you can get yourself to the top side, kind of get to the right rear quarter panel of that second lane driver, you can rim shot that and get all the way to the front. We saw a bunch of trucks take advantage of that.
Very, very big, and I think important point there is Morton and Evans are nose to tail for the most part here. Nobody's really been able to create much separation, but drivers just looking for places to make it happen. Here's a look at what happened a little bit further back in the field. One little piece of contact, and it caught up a lot of the drivers who had been so good in the LCQ. It takes them out of contention for a spot in week 2 here at the Sunset Splash.
Such a tough break there for several drivers as we watch on the 2 Belmont Abbey drivers of Atkins and Innes going side by side. These drivers here, take it easy a little bit. You don't want to let AJ Hyder sneak his way through, which he is about to do. He'll try to get around Atkins for position. work together. You got the chance. You're in a good spot to move on into next week. You don't want to mess it up here, as he now will drop a couple of spots, opening the door for Nick Dyer.
Really nice coordination between the Abbey drivers to not get into each other on turn 4 there. And as it stands, both Ennis and Atkins would make it in. A.J. Hyder, they're trying to put some pressure and send it in deep. Big drive there on entry into turn 3. But can he make it stick? And how much can you repeat that over the course of the run in this race? We are double the length we were for any one of the first round races or the LCQs. And so the drivers are going to have to manage their tires that much more over the course of the second round race. That too, a storyline to watch here from our week 1 action at the Sunset Splash.
You hit the theme that I was going to hit on right off the top there. Tires. I am so surprised to see these guys moving around, being brave enough to try that second and third lane so early into this race. We're doubling that length, James. We're absolutely going to be frying these right rear tires, and you've seen it already. Guys are slipping and sliding already. The more you slide that right rear tire, the more angry it's going to be with you later into the run. So going to be interesting to see who the comers and goers are here in this race.
If you're racing this, Ryan, which strategy are you taking? Are you trying to send it in deep, get the track position, try and move to the front early and hold on to spots like it would appear A.J. Hyder is doing because he's driving in deep in every corner here the last handful of laps? Or are you maybe working on Carson Bauer's line? Are you riding the top line? Are you managing that right rear closely? And are you okay with giving up a little bit of track position down low to make sure you have tires at the end of a green flag run?
Look, at the end of the day, with this race being 36 laps, that's a pretty considerable run for these trucks, for these tires. And, having those tires at the end of this race is going to be important. So making sure that you keep that underneath you is going to be key. So for me, I look at what these guys are doing, line wrapping this inside line. Matthew Morton, he showed it to a T in that first heat race. He line wrapped pretty much that whole race and took off from everybody else. So, if you're going to be venturing out from that bottom line, you might want to make that move pretty quick or get back in line.
And again, you can make the bottom work. I think especially in the pack, pretty consistently we've seen if you drive it deep in the corner and slide it up the racetrack, you can complete passes. But I think you have to go into the corner, Taylor, sort of knowing that your game plan here. We'll see what Carson Bowers does. Bowers decides to stay up high. But if you go into a corner deep and send it, you've got to make sure you slide up and get in front of somebody else to complete the pass. Otherwise, you leave the door open to them getting a good run on corner exit and blowing right past back you on the high line.
Taking a look at some of our drivers from the University of Northwestern Ohio. Speaking of some of those college rivalries here, we're currently on board with Tyler Skozin, who is just outside looking in the 15th position. He's got a little bit of work to do. Has to get around Maverick Davis and Nick Dyer to at least be in that top 13. Got to be careful with this as he looks through the field. But even though these drivers of UNOH have brought in the least amount of drivers, I have to say this season, I have to say out of between themselves, UNC Charlotte and Belmont, they've had the most consistent drivers advancing to the main event on week 2, as well as here during the qualifiers.
Very clear that, I'll put it this way, if we had some sort of teams championship for participation or merit, it would be some combination of UNOH and Belmont Abbey and UNC Charlotte that would be pacing the field. They've been consistent participants in every tournament this season, and their numbers have pretty consistently grown over the course of the season too, which I think is neat, Ryan, because it underscores the degree to which not only the drivers are taking the college series seriously, but the programs now are starting to become invested too.
Absolutely. I mean, these programs are putting so much resources into this, and it's super cool to see that. It's super cool to see, students, get this grant money, but also use their passion for motorsports and sim racing to continue progressing in life. At UNOH, everything that they do outside of the sim, sending students to the racetrack to work on cars, physically doing pit stops. UNOH does it all, and it's honestly pretty impressive everything they put into it.
Carson Bowers, A.J. Hyder racing for 3rd and 4th in this great battle that we're keeping an eye on here at Homestead-Miami, and Jake Ennis tucked in just behind them. All largely in their own little group. They created a little bit of separation to Isaac Shelley, but all a nice job of managing things here as you need to, because this is how it works at Homestead-Miami, especially over the course of a green flag run. It is starting to peak out a little bit and look towards that higher line, but I think, Taylor, give it maybe 10 laps, we're going to see that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we are about to approach into that time period where those tires are going to really start to take a nosedive here. Those tires are going to be squealing. We may even see drivers starting to drift down a little more. That tail happy, especially off turn number 4. It's going to be a little bit wacky for this closing stage.
Continuing to fight here around Homestead-Miami Speedway, and a lot of drivers trying to wrap that inside line. Meanwhile, vested interest across the city of Charlotte, whether or not it's Belmont or Charlotte proper, is both Belmont Abbey and UNC Charlotte keeping an eye on their drivers, keeping an eye on proceedings, and keeping an eye on where their drivers are in things. It was a decidedly 49er world in Martinsville. This time around, it's the Belmont Abbey pairing of Innes and Atkins that are pacing the group amongst the Charlotte contingent. And a little bit further back, you've got drivers from UNC Charlotte trying to work their way through the field, but Papadimitriou and Sulyi in 20th and 21st and in need of a lot of help in order to have a shot at making week 2.
Let me give a shout to Ryan Arnold in P9, one of the LCQ drivers who has moved himself well into the transfer, sitting P9 right now. He was one of those guys that was kind of moving around very early in this race, trying to get that track position early, and not only did he get that track position early, but he continues to get that track position as he continues to move forward, looking to set up a move on Jalen Atkins for 8th.
Arnold with a good move there and a good drive in the center of the corner. Washed out the road a little bit on corner exit, but the fact remains he's gained 8 spots, and Jackson Anderson just behind him, up 10 spots from where he started, 20th to 10th. Anderson, along with Carson Bowers, who started in 14th and has driven up 10 spots through this field. Those two, the current hard chargers of the second round race in Group 1.
A really good fight here as we move further back at the transfer battle between Nick Dyer, Tyler Skozin, and Maverick Davis. Some of those drivers who have really struggled at this stage of the race. Hopefully they can find that little extra to work their way back into that top 13 as Davis is trying to hold off both Dyer and Skozin, who battle for 14th.
I think the thing you have to worry about here if you're in this transfer battle is that there are a lot of trucks that are right on the edge of this that could very easily be brought back into this battle if it starts getting really crazy right around the 13th spot. Nick Rowe is not terribly far back, neither is Alec Andrex, neither is Tom Appleton, neither is Avery Mendoza. Griffin Salyer also in the mix. So this is, as it stands, maybe about 2 or 3 trucks fighting for spots. It can very easily become about 7 or 8 trucks if these drivers aren't careful.
Absolutely. Once you get stuck side-by-side racing, you see how tight this line of cars are right there, separated by, at most, maybe 2.5 truck lengths. But once you get that side-by-side battle, it pokes that big hole in the air, basically dumps that air onto the spoiler of the truck next to you. It's going to slow you both down and open up the gap behind you, and basically almost bring those trucks to you, send them right to your rear bumper, and that's going to put you in a compromising spot.
I'd hate to be Maverick Davis right now because you're going to have to defend Scooty T's Tyler Skozin for the bottom, and Nick Dyer is trying to make that high line work, and I have a feeling if those two start creeping up to the rear bumper of Davis, it's going to get really tough to hold spot because all of a sudden you're really going to be fighting for position and fighting in trouble. Jakin is trying to look to the outside of Dylan Alt. This a battle for the 5th position on the racetrack. Alt holds on to it for the time being, but that outside line, I have to imagine, Ryan, we are not terribly far away from the outside beginning to be the place to be.
Yeah, we are just past the halfway point now in this race, so everyone's starting to kind of get an idea as to where they're at with their tire wear. Did you push too hard early, or did you save your stuff? You're going to see a lot of guys that I think, moved really quick towards the front. They may start trickling towards the back, as we saw Nick Dyer fall out of the transfer. Now he's one of those guys who's absolutely bleeding spots. Same thing with Maverick Davis. So as we look at contact right there, but this is where that crossover point is really going to come into play.
And lo and behold, look at all the drivers that are coming into this transfer battle right on cue as Skozin is getting away, and Maverick Davis is now trying to fight Andrex. He's trying to fight Mendoza. He's trying to fight Nick Dyer. He's trying to fight Tom Appleton. He's trying to fight half the field, it seems like, just to be the first person on the outside looking in. That's the hardest part of all of this, is that it's not even for a transfer spot at this point.
Absolutely, as we go on board with Jackson Anderson for the Oklahoma State University Cowboys. Currently right now 23-14 in baseball as he sits comfortably in the top 10, and currently just got done with a 2-game winning streak where they went head-to-head against Kansas State and then their rivals Oklahoma, beating them 7-3 yesterday, as a matter of fact, as we watch them work his way further up the running order.
If there's anything that I'm noticing, especially just ahead of this group, Tyler Skozen's starting to make a run towards the front as we get a good look at Nick Dyer, Avery Mendoza, and Tom Appleton. These three all racing for 16th, 17th, and 18th on the racetrack. That is behind the 13th position that Skozen currently holds. And Skozen has started to reel in Wyatt Thompson and has brought Maverick Davis with him.
Skozen has played this race perfectly. He did not try and overdo it early. He's just biding his time. Maverick Davis, he's one of those guys who kind of has been fighting really aggressive here, but I look for Skozen to really try and set up the pass here. I would not be surprised if he puts himself in position to transfer, if not put a little bit of a good buffer to that. As I say that, though, he gets passed on the inside.
Wyatt Thompson's going to have to make the rear bumper really, really, really wide. I think that is very clear, very obvious. Good battle also for the 6th spot, too, between Shelley, Bowers, Atkins, and Anderson. They are all fighting for spots here on the racetrack. And if you're Skozen, again, here's the problem. If you get stuck 3 wide, where do you go? There's absolutely nowhere to take a run because Davis will be able to send it deep on the inside, and then Wyatt Thompson will be able to roll that high line, and you just get stuck in the middle with nowhere to go. And all that's done is bring Alec Hendricks into the equation as well.
It's just a tough break. You got to figure out what's the best to try to take care of your tires as well as how the aero is, because when you're 3 wide, Ryan, you know, you're getting pushed and pulled in so many different directions around the track here. As we watch this again, battle for 6th, 3 wide, off turn 4. You got to find a way. What's the better situation? Get out of harm's way, regroup, and set themselves up for another run.
Well, the person that I want to be in that 3 wide sandwich is the truck on the top side. And the reason why I say that is with these Ilmor engines, with these trucks, how much downforce they have, that momentum is going to be key. And these Ilmor engines, they love that RPM. So if you're able to stay to that top side and dump the air onto the spoiler of the car in the middle, you can put both of those cars in your inside in a compromising spot, and you can come out scot-free as we see more 3 wide action for 6th.
Isaac Shelley tried to pull the slider on Carson Bowers, and Bowers read it beautifully, saw it coming exactly, and Jalen Atkins did a nice job of just holding the inside lane, and now Atkins is going to have the opportunity to run high if he so chooses, but he elects against it, and now Jackson Anderson has been able to get clear of Bowers and Shelley, so you can move Atkins to 6th and Anderson to 7th.
We talked about Ryan Arnold earlier in this race. He is still pretty comfortably inside that top 13, but he was up there fighting for the 8th spot. Now he's starting to fall back a little bit. You see right there, he's getting challenged to drop down to 11th. So one of those drivers who may have pushed a little bit harder than most may be fighting for it here with 10 laps to go.
How many times did you run a 36-lap stint as opposed to an 18-lap stint? How much did you practice? Did you potentially use AI to give yourself a sense of what to expect when we get in these situations? These are tools available to every driver on the iRacing surface. Some of them use those tools. Some of them might not necessarily have gotten a good feel for the tire wear, and we're going to start to see that manifest, I think, in the next 5 laps or so.
You look right here, this entire grouping of trucks from Carson Bowers all the way to Tyler Skozen and Nick Dyer has compressed. So now it's a toss-up of who's who, of who can transfer into that top 13 and who can find their way on the outside looking in with 9 laps to go. Here comes Bowers around the outside as he battles with Nick Miller for that 9th position. Miller sends it in deep, tries to see if he can pull a slide jump right across the nose of Bowers.
Bowers with another good read on it is going to try to get to the inside. Quick move there from Nick Miller to cut him off at the last moment and just about hang on to the position. Look at the bump draft, though, that Arnold is given right down the front straightaway, just shoving Scooty T into turn 1.
There's blood in the water right now, and all the sharks are coming to eat right now. You see Ryan Arnold, he is falling through the field right now. Everybody's diving to the inside, trying to make big moves. There's a lot of bumper tag is happening right now. Nobody is giving an inch. Everybody wants to make sure that they take advantage of what they have right now. They did all the work to have their tires here at the end, and now you see Wyatt Thompson right there make a big move to the middle. He gets loose on in the middle there, and now he's going to lose all that momentum and fall outside of the top 13.
Look at the way that Nick Dyer saw that momentum change and just immediately dropped to the inside line. He said, look, if you're not carrying enough speed on that high line, I have no problem sending it on that inside line and forcing you to make a move. He'll almost make contact there. Might have gotten loose up the corner. We'll lose a nose or two as there's contact between Thompson and Ryan Arnold and Carson Bowers, too. Bowers got a shot in the deck lid middle of the corner there.
Bowers was just inside that top 5 and top 6 position. Now he has now moved all the way back to 13th, now 14th, and continues to fall. I wonder, I gotta say, Ryan, did he probably burn up those tires, and those tires start to fade in the wrong time?
I mean, you just see the tail of that race truck right there, You see him sawing at the wheel. Look, you can see at the bottom of his screen right there, that little center line on his wheel. He is fighting that wheel all the way through the corner. I'm going to stay on this right here. Watch him go through the corner here. He gets the entry right here. And see how much he chases it off the corner here, especially with that. Look at that. He's turning to the right. He's turning to the right on exit there. He has no grip in those rear tires. He is fighting that wheel, trying to get as much as he can, and he loses yet another position.
Remember once upon a time when Carson Bowers had gained 10 spots from where he started some 10 laps ago? He's now down 2 from where he started, and with the clear lack of tire left on that truck, it's going to take a very big shot in the dark for Carson Bowers to make it back into the top 13.
It certainly is. He's going to have a little bit of help here for sure as they work their way with the big high five coming their way as they come up at turn number 4. Wilson, the driver of Wyatt Thompson from Wilson, trying to hold on as he scrapes the wall up turn 4.
This is going to become a really, really good battle. You've got Bowers sliding backwards. You've got Thompson and Dyer and Andrex all fighting each other. And don't forget, Tom Appleton, Avery Mendoza, and Griffin Salyer are just within touching distance of this. So if anything happens to the 3 that are leading this group, they're going to be in contention as well, as Bowers is all the way around and over every single lane of the exit of turn 2 there. Nothing left in it. And now here comes Wyatt Thompson with a smack to the wall, and Nick Dyer with a good run. Tom Appleton trying to get some spots too. Griffin Salyer got loose and smacks the fence in the inside of the wall, so that'll end the run of the Bowling Green State Falcon in this second round race. And Alec Andrex is the one in control of this as it stands. And of this group, it's Andrex, Dyer, Thompson, and Appleton that are there. I don't think Thompson's got the tires. Appleton may have a little bit more left to give, and then Mendoza would be next in line.
And it's all a matter of who's got enough tires to make it to the end, because these tires are screaming to try and make it to the end of this race here, as we see Andrix trying to hold off another hard charge by Nick Dyer. He'll try to cross him over and goes to the outside.
Great move there from Nick Dyer to read that block, recognize that the inside was not going to be an option, and take it to the high line to work along the outside of Alec Andrex and get the run off the corner to try and take the spot. Andrex fighting that truck every single way out of the corner. It is loose. It does not have tires left. It is not handling well. How does Tom Appleton handle things here?
Brilliant move by Nick Dyer to jump up to the top side where he knew that if he tried to go follow that lane, follow that move to the inside, he wouldn't have the tires underneath to make the move. He counteracted that block, jumped to the top, used that extra RPM, and now he has gotten it up into position.
Nick Dyer in the transfer spot. Andrex beginning to fade. Appleton's going to be the one, I think, that has the shot potentially coming out of the corner if he can get a good run off the corner. Whoa. There goes Andrex sliding all over the place. Appleton in control of the 14th position. It's going to take a big dive. Contact a little bit further back. Matthew Morton will win the second round race, and Nick Dyer, if he can get out of turn 4, is just going to hang on and then smack the fence and try and block Appleton. And at the line, I think it was still Dyer, and just ever so slightly did Nick Dyer make it in over Tom Appleton by less than a tenth of a second. It was close, and Nick Dyer used every last bit of the tires in those 36 laps. That position would have changed if we had had 37 laps, but as it stands, Dyer gets the transfer and is the 13th and final driver into next week's proceedings. Appleton, unfortunately, the first one on the outside looking in.
And look at some of the other heavy hitters, like you saw Bowers and Andrix also eliminated. And there, of course, you see, James, the Ohio State Buckeyes at the top here for group number 1.
OHIO for Matthew Morton, who controlled this group from start to finish and did not have a lot of challengers. And Morton with a very, very strong run in what is his final college series start. He, a senior that will graduate from Ohio State coming up here over the course of the next few weeks. His winning moment for Group 1 brought to you by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Matthew Morton, the one who paced all this group. Here's a look at the battle for the transfer spot and how loud a gap between Andrex and Dyer and Tom Appleton at the end.
You see Appleton down there, gets a really good run off of turn number 2. Lots of dicey driving off right there, but Appleton did everything right, kept those tires underneath him, but just wasn't enough to get to Dyer. And you know, Taylor, that's all you can ask for there, is to have the opportunity. You see right there, a little bit of a loose moment, almost falls in Appleton's lap.
It really does almost fall in his lap, but unfortunately it is game over for him. And it was such a good effort, though. He tried everything on that final push, was willing to get aggressive, but unfortunately ran out of room.
Maybe saved the tires a little bit too much, but I think if there's one universal truth we can say about Appleton didn't beat himself. There were other drivers ahead of him that lost tires, lost grip, and fell way out of the picture over the course of those 36 laps. He managed it well, just not quite well enough. Left a little bit on the table, and that's the difference between advancing to week 2 and going home early in week 1. Let's turn our attention now to Matthew Morton, the Ohio State Buckeye, who is with Ryan Vargas.
Matthew Morton, incredible job both in the heat race but also in the final race here tonight. Once you had the lead, I mean, really, you started from the front, you maintained the lead. I mean, what was it? What went into this to make sure that you had such a dominant performance?
Yeah, I mean, Homestead's probably one of my favorite tracks to drive, so I was really looking forward to this race when I saw it was on the schedule in the preseason. But I mean, having the lead here is so important, especially with these new NASCAR trucks. Just having the lead is such an advantage, where I knew I had to really push on those opening laps and just extend the lead. And I was pretty much able to just cruise and save in the lead. And if Jonathan behind me was pushing, I knew to go a little bit harder. So yeah, I was able to maintain a gap and, you know, bring it home P1 tonight. So it feels pretty good.
And Matthew, you know, you're a senior heading into the final segment here of the eNASCAR College Series here. What does it mean to you to be able to transfer into the second week as a senior, be able to end the season, have a chance to end the season on top like that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've loved this series. I've been here for 4 years, done it my entire time as a student. Just a great opportunity. Love representing Ohio State. It's going to be bittersweet next week, knowing this is going to be my last time in the college series. But just super thankful for all the opportunities, and just super glad we were able to lock into the next week here and just have a shot at the win.
Absolutely. Well, Matthew, thank you for taking the time to chat with us tonight. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you next week.
Matthew Morton, the class of the field in Group 1. It's time for Group 2 to have their examination. We'll be back on the other side of this break with the second group in the Sunset Splash, the 6th and final tournament for the 2025-26 eNASCAR College iRacing Series. More action coming up next.
may come around. Can't let them bring you down. 'Cause you're either living life or letting it pass by.
How fast could a stock car go?
Born from bootleggers, built by rule breakers. We don't ask permission. We don't seek approval. We just are. The most relentless, unpretentious athletes on the planet. Chasing glory at 200 miles per hour. Defiantly unapologetic. Authentically NASCAR.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo!
My turn, Bubba.
Fuel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
The eNASCAR College iRacing Series is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community, bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25, available now on the Xbox Store, PlayStation Store, and on PC with Steam. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com.
Welcome back to coverage of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. A reminder that if you participated in one of the time attacks during the College Series season, you've automatically been entered for a chance to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox or PC, and iRacing credits, and an eNASCAR College iRacing Series t-shirt. More information and the full rule set is available by heading to pcl.gg/pages/eNASCAR. We're not terribly far away from finding out who's going to win that giveaway that we have been hosting all season long. Here is your first look at the 13 drivers that have advanced into Week 2 of the Sunset Splash.
We got some heavy hitters such as Matthew Morton and Jonathan Evans, Jackson Anderson, Tyler Skozen, and some newcomers like Ryan Arnold moving on in here to this first time. And then, of course, we have some of the Belmont Abbey drivers, Atkins and Innes, and, of course, the veteran Dylan Alt as well, making his final run here in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series.
2 UNOH drivers, 2 Belmont Abbey drivers so far as the schools are concerned in Group 1. So Group 2, we turn our attention into a new batch of drivers who will try and become part of the 39 that will advance to next week. Daniel Faulkingham from the University of Maine at Machias, our winner of the Great Lakes Gauntlet at Michigan, starts on pole alongside the University of New Brunswick's Tanner Woolridge. Aaron Brown from Eastern Shore Community College rolls off third. Fourth of the grid is UNOH's Aiden Stevens. Dylan Baum from Bismarck State College in the Dakotas will start fifth. Sixth, out of Horry Georgetown Technical College in South Carolina, is Timmy Holmes.
Another one of the Blue Hens from the University of Delaware, Jillian O'Neill, will go alongside Davian Tobin from Richard Bland College in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 from Columbus State University is Davis Lewis and William Marler from Tennessee Tech University. Valencia College and University of Northwestern Ohio drivers of Joey Cruz and Eugenio Acosta round out row 6.
Row 7, you find Martin Roberg for the Yukon Huskies and Michael Alexic from Columbus State University. Kyer Olafson from the Colorado School of Mines and Guillermo Fuentes Luno from Barton College in Eastern North Carolina share row 8. 17th on the grid, our inaugural tournament winner from Charlotte, Pasco Hernando State College is Dylan Basin, and Dylan Syracusa from Warren County Community College rolls off from 9th.
Rounding out in row 10, we should be good to go. But I think we are going to have an exciting one for sure, James, here as we get set for our first round of heat races.
Turning our attention once again to a Logitech G track analysis and race analysis for the Sunset Splash. Let's reset it all and do it all over again.
Let's do it. Same song, different verse here. 18 laps around the circuit, 27 miles. Top 8 advance to the second round, while the 9th on back will proceed to the LCQ.
A whole new group of drivers, Ryan Vargas. Is there anything that you can learn from the Group 1 drivers if you're in this spot? Or maybe if you're a Group 3 driver and you had the chance to watch Group 1, anything that you're taking away from that?
I was going to say, if I'm somebody like Daniel Faulkingham who's starting on the pole position, I'm just going to try and copy-paste what Matthew Morton just did. Line wrapping that inside line and just get that gap, build that space there.
Inside to outside and being able to work the lanes is key here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. A reminder that if you haven't picked it up, NASCAR 25 is now available on Steam, on PlayStation, on Xbox. You can go compete in any one of NASCAR's 4 national touring divisions at just about every single track you could possibly think of under the sun and have a lot of fun with it. You can learn more at NASCAR25.com if you haven't had your chance to pick that up. I've said it a lot on these broadcasts. I have a newfound respect for Lime Rock Park off the back of NASCAR 25, Ryan. It kicked my tail every time I ran it in the fall, and I understand why Parker Kligerman in particular loves that place so much now.
Well, and that's the beauty of NASCAR 25 is, you get to run every NASCAR track that we go to. And the best part of it, too, is it's all laser scanned, right? It's just like the tracks you see on the iRacing service. So, you know that when you hop into a race on NASCAR 25, you're driving the real deal. And I think that's pretty dang cool.
Here we go with a new crop of drivers from which we will whittle things down from 36 down to 13. 2 groups of 18 drivers will begin proceedings here at the start of Group 2. We'll see which of these drivers will advance into our finals next week, 1 week from tonight. Same place here, eNASCAR.com/live, the place to be to watch how the Sunset Splash concludes. But for now, it's time for Group 2 to take to Homestead-Miami Speedway. Faulkingham and Woolridge lead us to the green flag. We're underway with the action, and as has become custom here over the course of this evening, drivers all over the place, and Ted Woolridge got loose in the middle of the corner and opened the door wide open for Aaron Brown, Timmy Holmes and company to try and get alongside.
How about Dylan Basin trying to snake his way through the chaos here on the opening couple of corners, looking to try and maybe bookend the season here as he won at Charlotte, looking to try and win at the second of 2.5 miles around here as he looks around the inside, moves up a couple of more spots as they go 4 wide off turn 4.
That was 4, and I think that might have been 5 wide for a split second as they are all over the place trying to get some track position. Right now, Julian O'Neill is the driver who's got the place they all want. Every single one of these drivers on your screen chasing O'Neill.
Look at this run from the top side there. Dylan Basin, he's one of those guys who started at the tail of the field, continuously moving up through the pack, running that top side line, keeping that RPM, keeping that momentum. That's going to be the key, especially in these shorter races where you're not really thinking too hard about that tire wear.
O'Neill has moved up a spot. Joey Cruz is now the driver out of it. Here's a look at William Marlar and Michael Alexic fighting for position further back in the field as there's contact ahead of them. And one truck sideways in the middle of the corner. It's Joey Cruz who got some help on the entry to turn 1 and lost all the track position and now likely is going to head to the LCQ along with Guillermo Fuentes Luna and Tanton Woolridge unless we get a major incident up ahead that would shake up the top 8.
That's a possibility here, of course, for a driver like Timmy Holmes. He is looking to try to be smooth and consistent. Of course, we saw last time out over at Martinsville where making the wrong strategy call cost him the chance of victory here as he goes around the outside, looking to keep that high-speed momentum up in his favor as he keeps up the pace with Aaron Brown.
Good look at these trucks all in a straight line trying to just get away from each other, I think. I wonder if these drivers might have learned something from the way that transfer battle shaped up, especially in round 2 in Group 1. Right now, it's Kyer Olofsson from the Colorado School of Mines that has the transfer position in the 8th spot. This is a look just ahead of that. This is Timmy Holmes, Dylan Baum, and Damian Tobin out of Richard Bland College. currently riding in the 5th position. That sort of chrome green and blue truck you see just at the edge of the screen. And just ahead, it's Brown and Holmes, two names that we have seen all season long racing against each other, Ryan Vargas. So no shocker that Holmes and Brown are locking horns once again.
Well, it's no shocker, but we also see just how aggressive Timmy Holmes really can be, especially at Martinsville. And right now, he's fighting his way to get some track position here. He's safely into the race right now. He's safely into the final round. But as long as he continues to move up spots, that's extra rows. And some information here, Tan Woolridge, he got a start violation, so he did get a black flag, and he is at the tail of the field. Effectively, we will see him in the LCQ.
Realistically, that's where you'll see him. No yellow flags here in this race. So if you end up in trouble, you've got one more shot to save yourself, but it's going to come a little bit later. Looking off the rear deck lid of Daniel Faulkingham, the Jonesport Maine driver representing the University of Maine at Machias, one of the more successful drivers in the history of the College Series. He has 3 wins between tournaments and races to his name, and Faulkingham trying to wrap up this season and put together a good finish here at Homestead-Miami in what will be his final tournament in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. Taylor?
Absolutely, and here comes another driver as well, Aaron Brown, looking to also pick up some good finishing positions here from Eastern Shores Community College. Of course, we've seen Aaron Brown competing for many years. Of course, we'll see him for a few more seasons as he is only a sophomore and computer technician. And of course, he is a member of the Phi Beta Kappa Honor Society at his college as he looks to contribute at local events there in the Virginias.
Meanwhile, in the department of the battle, Julian O'Neill and Kyer Olofsson are fighting it, and they are trying to work around Aiden Stevens too. Davis Lewis has managed to show the picture. Big shot there for Olofsson coming out of turn 4. Not quite sure what happened there, but Olofsson absolutely got the wall and got it pretty good.
And you can only imagine that there's some sort of damage on that truck. That was a heavy hit. That wasn't just a brush with the wall. That was a pretty solid bit of contact there, especially on that right front. We talk about how much these right sides have been getting abuse. So far, so clean. Doesn't look like it's hurt him too bad, but may have gotten a lucky escape there, but nonetheless, a pretty big contact.
So far, so clean, or so fresh and so clean? I think that's the important thing to note here. So, get a good look at Richard Bland College's Davian Tobin, another Virginia native, but a new paint, a new college that we are seeing for the first time tonight, Taylor Burris, and so that means a new paint scheme in the College Series, and green chrome, almost a teal chrome, actually, I think, is the name of the game here for Tobin's truck.
Yeah, home of the Statesmen. Of course, this team is located outside in Prince George, Virginia. And for the driver of Davian Tobin, he, of course, had the chance to, of course, compete in playing both soccer and football in high school. Currently is majoring right now as a master or in engineering as well. So great to see a new college join us, and of course looking forward to seeing what he can do as the season progresses into next year.
A native of Petersburg, Virginia, just about 30 minutes south of the state capital of Richmond, right at the junction between Interstates 85 and 95. That's one that I know a lot of real-life teams have seen en route to Richmond Raceway. So familiar territory that Tobin occupies. In the meantime, though, we will turn our attention back to the battle for the transfer spot. Julian O'Neill has been a driver who sometimes just has not had luck go his way. Sometimes it's a driver who has been caught up in other people's messes. But man, would he ever love to have a clean run here and give himself a shot into the second round with ease.
Absolutely, but, you know, he's not going to be able to really hold on to a position if he's going to be sliding out the corner and losing that momentum like that. Kier Olofsson, he's going to jump to the top side right there, use that momentum on the top. You might as well use it as a bingo free space, you know, for these races, is carrying that momentum on that top side. And, you know, Julian, he's fighting all he can, but, oh man, if you're going to keep pinching off that bottom, as you see right there, now he moves to the top side. That's good defensive moving as we're both in the wall.
They're both in the fence. That allows Davis Lewis to gain about a truck length on both of them. I wonder, Ryan, especially when we consider the damage that Olofsson got earlier coming out of 4 a few laps ago, is that potentially him sort of adapting to the way his car's handling? If you're tight, would you just end up sticking it up against the fence anyway?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you're already tight, if you're already slipping and sliding through the corner and you're going to tap the fence, you might as well just try and stick into it and try and get right back off of it. Try and carry as much as you can, get off that wall, because that wall can be pretty sticky. It's not fast. This isn't like Martinsville with Ross Chastain, where you can lean it against the wall and gain a bunch of time here. It'll slow you down for sure.
Good look here at Columbus State's Michael Alexic, riding on board with him. Keeping an eye on how things are going to shake out just ahead. Dead center of this three-wide battle is Davis Lewis. Kyle Olson, who was outside, William Marler, who was inside. And the middle has been a very, very difficult place to be for a lot of drivers tonight. These three doing a better job of making it work than most. But if you're Lewis in particular, you can't rip the momentum on the high line. You can't send it deep on the inside, and you're sort of just stuck in the middle.
As we take a look at some of the drivers here with one of the Columbus State drivers, how about some of the car models we see? We see a Roxy machine, a Garage 56, and several other iconic paint schemes and drivers there behind him. As we see Larson's IndyCar, along with also looks like his throwback paint to where he ran the Kellogg's Terra Ponte. As we got to say, the only thing he's missing, Ryan, is probably one of your mottos. The El Toro logo, I think, would be a good addition as well for you, that collection he has.
Hey, look, he's got, I think back there, it looks like, is that the Kyle Larson Funko Pop, or is that the Dale Jr. Funko Pop? It's a blue fire suit, that's all I see, but, you know, I'll take that at least.
Small victories, right, where you can get
Yes.
And then you can send them one of your old, I guess, O'Reilly Series diecast and say, hey, from your college series friend, Ryan Vargas, right?
Yeah,
we're building
exactly.
community one lap at a time here in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. The same way that Timmy Holmes is trying to build momentum on the high line to get around Aaron Brown for the second position. This has been a great battle all the way through this heat. These two have put on a really, really good show. It almost got a little bit tighter, and I'm going to say that's a Larson Funko Pop.
Looks like Larson.
Yeah.
That's a Larson.
Larson
I like
Funko
the
Pop.
super zoom on that. This is great. This is exactly this is what I want to know as we watch these
really
races.
punched in and locked in on that. So.
Somebody give me the pin so we can just start circling it a little bit right there.
Right. Telestrate these things as you will. That'll next season, Taylor. We'll work on that technology.
Exactly.
Julian O'Neill's got the transfer spot. Olafson and Davis and Marler. This is the battle that you see on screen. The problem is that they are all maybe 10 car lengths back or truck lengths back of Julian O'Neill. So it's a fun battle, but this will only be for starting positions in the LCQ as Daniel Faulkingham will lead this field flag to flag and win his first round race. And at the end of 18 laps of competition, Julian O'Neill, the Delaware Blue Hen, is your final direct transfer into the second round from this race. I think he'll take that after some of the luck that he's had in this college series season. So O'Neill, the final transfer, Faulkingham, the first round race winner, and the other drivers that we will see heading off to the second round, we'll take a look at once Tenton Woolridge crosses the stripe and finishes off his first round race. Here are your 8 moving on. It's Faulkingham, Holmes, Brown, Basin, Baum, Tobin, Stevens, and O'Neill, the 8 advancing. Everyone from Davis Lewis on, headed to the LCQ in Group 2.
Yeah, such a tough break for some of these drivers here, and some heavy hitters as well. Martin Roberg, also we're going to see him in the LCQ. Joey Cruz as well. They got quite a bit of work, but let's see if they can recover.
Another opportunity for them to get after it. In the meantime, turning our attention to the second first-round race in Group number 2. And a whole new group of drivers that we get to chat about, namely Mateo Mitchell representing UNOH. Zach Sprouse has been consistently quick, top 20 in points, representing the Patriots from George Mason. They start front row. Trey McCrickard from Augusta University and Abraham Vila, the Houston Cougar, rolling off from 3rd and 4th. 5th is one of the standouts from UNC Charlotte, the 49er Connor Trafari, and the Illinois State Redbird Connor Berkey rolls off from 6th.
Moving on to row 4, we will find the University of Alabama with Trevor Dyer, followed by C.J. Ullman from Belmont Abbey College. Ball State University with Kelton Quick with Blake Wynn from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Jacob Martin, another Belmont Abbey collegiate driver. Alongside him will be Jeremy Pienta from Kalamazoo Valley Community College.
Merrimack College's Kason White and Cody Johnson from Belmont Abbey College rolled off from 13th and 14th. 15th on the grid is the University of South Carolina Union's Gabriel Jordan, and the Arizona State Sun Devil Bradley Erickson starts 16th. Brandon Hudson is another Charlotte 49er in this race, starting in 17th. 18th on the grid, Aaron Shoemaker Jr. from Northwest Arkansas Community College. 18 drivers trying to throw their hand down and put themselves in the gauntlet that is a college series tournament. One more time, Taylor Burris. We'll look at our Logitech G race analysis.
Well, we will once again do this all over again with 18 laps. Top 8 advance to the second round, while 9th on back, well, we'll see you in the LCQ. You get your final chance, of course, this final opportunity for 2025-2026 season to make it into the feature.
So now we roll and we carry on and we push. And if you want more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can log on to iRacing.com today to find out more information about the world's largest online racing simulation and all the action that you can get into, whether or not it's oval racing with eNASCAR, whether or not it's formula style racing, whether or not it's sports car racing, whether or not it's dirt racing, whether or not it's rallycross. Ryan, what's the wackiest combo you've run in this sim? Just out of curiosity.
So, years back, I hosted a race on iRacing. We called it the Jumpy Car Invitational. It was the O'Reilly Series car at Atlanta Motor Speedway Rallycross. And we ended up getting a bunch of eNASCAR, Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers in there, some real-life drivers like Parker Kligerman hopping in there. So that was a fun one. A bunch of, racers and sim racers hopping in and having a good time.
Beefed up the suspensions, I figure, a little bit for that.
Oh, yeah, the splitter hates it.
Yeah, of course it would, but, rub some dirt on it. You'll be okay, right?
Yeah.
Something like that? Something to that effect. So not something that we can use here in this race. Our first round race of Group 2 off and running and underway, and as is customary, it's the back of this group that already decides to jump out and try and find track position and go crazy, and everybody on the inside working their way. Trouble though for a few of the drivers in the back as CJ Allman, I think, got loose, and then Cody Johnson had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Bradley Erickson also got collected in that here as we will continue on racing as the Augusta driver tries to snake his way through the competition of UNC Charlotte competitors and the University of Northwestern Ohio of Mitchell. So McCricker trying to be one of those newcomers here to try to have a good run and put on a great last-ditch effort for the final qualifier.
Here's a look at this. The beginnings of this come from CJ Allman out of Belmont Abbey. That fourth all-red truck in line just gassed it up a little bit too quick on the high line and tried to catch it and just couldn't. And that's something that I think we're going to see a lot tonight, because on that first lap after an initial start or restart, Ryan, there's not as much heat in the tires, and you just can't use as much throttle in the middle of the corner as you would for basically every other lap of the race.
Lots of contact right there. Trevor Dyer pounds the fence right there. I believe that was Gabriel Jordan that got in the back of him right there. But nonetheless, James, you hit the nail on the head there. Those cold tires, that is what is absolutely affected the starts of these races. We've seen so many trucks self-spin tonight in turns 1 and 2 on these initial starts, and that's simply because they don't have the heat in the tires. So you've got to tiptoe through those corners because it's so easy to get caught out, as we've seen.
You just can't be that person and can't get stuck. That's the problem, I think, here. Is we now move a little bit further up in the field. Mateo Mitchell and Trey McCrickard fighting for position here. 5th and 6th on the racetrack as it stands. Blake Wynn just ahead of them. And we're starting to figure out who is going to pace this group, namely Sprouse and Vila, and then who's going to be fighting for spots amongst the top 8. And I think we're starting to see the transfer battle, too. Here's a look at what happened to Trevor Dyer and all the madness we saw on the front straightaway a little bit ago.
Oh, yeah, just a bad hit right there by Dyer. And then, of course, for Kelton Quick, just could not find a way to get around it. And unfortunately, that will end. It's our poor, amazing director over here is upset about the Ball State violence that just been committed from the SEC as we watch more of McCricker working his way through into the top 5.
Poor Connor Berkey had a little bit of a, shall we say, I'm flying through the air, this is not a good moment. It's not a good thing when your onboard camera, Ryan, is pointed to the sky. as it was. That's a little bit problematic.
Yeah, you know, the walls may be blue here, but you don't want to be looking at nothing but blue, and that's exactly what Berkey was seeing there. But, you know, you can only imagine that completely destroyed the suspension underneath that truck. We talked about the Jumpy Car Invitational earlier, but that's not what you want to be doing here in the College Series.
Continuing to work our way through proceedings at Homestead-Miami. Sprouse and Vila are gone. Trafari is hanging with Vila. Those three have started to separate here because Blake Wynn is holding off Mateo Mitchell, is holding off Trey McCrickard, is holding off Brandon Hudson. That's where the battle is. The front three doing a very nice job so far of getting away from the madness.
A real good run right here as we watch the driver of Abraham Vila settling in for the Houston Cougar driver as he works his way around the circuit, keeping up with the driver of Sprouse, Trafari, right behind him as well as McCricker under pressure. And how about that from Hudson? Just squeezing and pushing the envelope as they will track race into 3.
Continuing to work their way around Homestead-Miami Speedway. McCricker with a good run up top and a big block from Hudson to keep McCricker behind. And Pienta had to take a bit of evasive action just to make sure that he didn't run into the back of McCricker on the exit of the corner there. So McCricker's going to respond by trying to pull the slider. Kason White a little bit further back in this 10th. And from Salem, New Hampshire, which is not terribly far away from the iRacing offices in the greater Boston area, maybe call it 25, 30 minutes outside of where you would be if you're trying to get to iRacing global headquarters, Ryan Vargas. So a bit of a home game, maybe perhaps, in a sense.
A bit of a home game for sure, but, you know, going back to that slide job from Hudson on McCrickard, you know, McCrickard, you know, he cut him a break. He cut him some slack. That was a pretty nasty slider there. He was clear with a question mark there, and nonetheless, he was able to get the spot, but I can only imagine that if that was for a transfer spot with only a lap or two to go, I don't think McCrickard would have been as polite.
Zach Sprouse in control of this, got the lead pretty early, did a nice job of getting around everyone else and jumping directly to the front. Mateo Mitchell did not get a good start. Sprouse took advantage and has led this race since and is a veteran of College Series competition. Taylor Burris, a name that we have seen as a mainstay this season and closer to the front more often than not.
Absolutely. We've seen him at the front of the field, especially, if I remember correctly, last season, winning at Daytona with the George Mason University machine. And, of course, they're currently 17-17 in the baseball. They just got done with a 2-game win streak against Richmond and Mount St. Mary as they get set to go for a 3-game match against St. Joseph.
Jacob Martin, another one of the Belmont Abbey contingent, doing a nice job, avoided a lot of the chaos ahead of him and was able to lock down a spot in the top 10. Needs one more spot. Going to have to try and go get Jeremy Pienta for an automatic place in the second round race. But one of the big themes, I think, tonight, especially at Homestead-Miami, don't beat yourself like a CJ Almond or a Trevor Dyer or some of the handful of other drivers that have gotten into trouble. If you can keep the truck pointed the right way all 18 laps, that counts for a lot, and a lot more than I think drivers would initially give it credit for.
Yeah, and speaking of keeping the truck pointed the right way, Zach Sprouse got really sideways off of turn number 4, and it looks like he's going to lose the lead here. Abraham Vila is going to try and clear him. Side-by-side racing for the lead. Really good stuff there, and you see another really good battle further back as well. Lots of action all the way around this racetrack.
Good look at Kason White, got a good drive out of turn 2, and will have the opportunity to try and cross Jacob Martin over for the 9th position. Big drive at the bottom by Kason White, who fishtails it a little bit on the quarter exit, but does more than enough to clear Martin and get the spot as Sprouse and Vila now going back and forth for the lead of this first round race.
Vila will take over that spot. How about Trafari watching and waiting? A little bit of contact as we go on board with Connor Trafari as he tries to keep the pace going and see if he can sneak his way with a heat race victory.
I'm about to say, if you're Trafari, this is very entertaining and something that I think you're just sort of waiting and watching and wondering what's going to happen with all this because you don't know how it's going to shake out between these two. But if they get into each other, it gives you the opportunity to gain 2 spots.
I love this onboard here with Jafari because you can see his eyes dart back and forth as he was looking all over the screen. As you see some contact with the wall, Sprouse looks like he's starting to lose the handle on this truck there. Maybe got a little too greedy with the tire, whereas he's still making contact on the exit of turn number 4. So, you know, he's safely into the big show right now. As long as he keeps everything going, you know, a couple ball taps here and there, you know, you're going to get the Homestead stripe, but you don't want to do it too much and put yourself in danger.
Homestead stripe, cousin of the Darlington stripe, perhaps?
Probably. I would say they're, you know, pretty closely related. They're both ISC tracks.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Definitely something that you would see in the PD region of South Carolina and down here in South Florida as Sprouse and Jafari now run second and third. Vila's opened up a gap of about maybe 0.4 of a second on Sprouse. So Vila beginning to turn some of the faster laps amongst this group. Meanwhile, not really too many battles immediately or directly behind them. Pienta has control of the final spot still, so we'll go on board with Sprouse and Jafari. Very small head in the camera frame versus very big head in the camera frame fighting for second and third, Taylor.
Yeah, a little bit of close action here between these two right now, but with 3 to go, I think it's safe to say, settle in, you're in a good position to transfer, no need to push the envelope as we watch these drivers settle it out for these final few laps. Same thing with Jeremy Pienta, just playing a little bit of keep away from Case and White.
Zach Sprouse continuing to rip the fence, work that high line, roll some momentum, try and get it back. Of course, this is all just for starting positions in the second round race. If you're any one of these drivers, Vila and Sprouse Jafari well clear and going to be in the second round if they maintain their track position. So this is really more about, you know, how much track position and or what kind of track position do you want? Is it better maybe to start on the outside than the inside?
You know, we've seen so much movement on these initial starts that, you know, it's hard for me to pick a lane because we've seen guys who start on the inside lane spin out going into turn number 1 and 2, and then just now in this race, started this race, we saw the cars on the outside lane spin out. So, you know, there's no real safe space to be, but if I was a driver in this race, being on that inside lane, being able to use the shorter way around and hopefully slot myself into a good spot for the rest of the race, that's where I would want to be.
Fair point there all around. Trey McGrickard in your shot now. Vila holding that gap at about 0.4 of a second over Zach Sprouse over the course of the last handful of laps. And that, with one more good exit out of turn 4, should be enough to place the Houston Cougar on top in this first round race. So Abraham Vila, your winner here. Your final driver to immediately transfer, Jeremy Pienta, gets the job done and finishes 8th. And we'll go directly to round 2 from this group. Let's take a look at Cody Johnson, who is the final driver to finish. He was caught up in that lap 1 incident with Almond and Kelton Quick and company. And so, to the 8 that we will see in round 2 for sure. That would be Vila, Sprouse, Jafari, Mitchell, Wynn, Hudson, McCrickard, and Jeremy Pienta. Those 8 will be the ones you see in round 2. Case and White, Jacob Martin, and the rest of this field you will see race momentarily because they will all be headed to the last chance qualifier. So now we look at the big board, the tournament bracket, to showcase where we are. We are going to be half of the way home through tonight's action after this race. Davis Lewis, Casey White, Kyle Olafson, Jacob Martin, Michael Alexis, Gabriel Jordan, your top 6 for this LCQ in Group 2.
A couple of other heavy hitters that we're going to keep an eye on. Martin Roberg with Trevor Dyer and Bradley Erickson all struggled with some late race situations, had to fight to work their way through.
Acosta, Johnson, Cruz, and Ullman, and Woolridge and Berkey here in this race as well. The final 2 starters in this LCQ, Guillermo Fuentes Luno from Barton College and Kelton Quick from Ball State University. Those 2 with work to do to work their way up into the top 10. Another Logitech G race analysis for you, Taylor Burris. What's on tap for this LCQ?
Well, we're going to just continue on with the LCQs for 18 laps around the circuit. Top 10 will advance to the second round. Unfortunately for everyone from 11th on back, it's unfortunately be eliminated. Start your summer vacation a little early. We will see you in the fall in September.
So, 10 drivers will advance. Everyone else in this race goes home. It's the first eliminations for Group 2. We'll see some more in round 2 coming up in just a little bit after this race. iRacing Arcade is available now. It's on sale through midnight tonight on Steam. So if you scan the QR code on the lower portion of your screen, you've got an opportunity to get iRacing Arcade through Steam with a little bit more change in your pocket and more opportunities to go run and go build your career, set yourself up, go run some tracks that are new to iRacing too, in addition to iRacing Arcade. Just a tremendous amount of fun on cute iRacing, as you have called it more than once, Ryan Martins.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, it's a ton of fun, right? You're able to hop on there with your buddies, go out there. Really, the best part about it too is what we like to do is we like to go in there, hop in some of the underpowered cars, and turn the draft model all the way up to 400 or 500, and man, it just puts everybody on top of each other, and you see some of the craziest racing. So if you're someone who hasn't gotten iRacing Arcade, I highly recommend it because it is a ton of fun.
And it will also be available on consoles later on this year too. So you'll have more opportunities and more avenues to enjoy iRacing Arcade if you haven't picked it up on Steam, or if for whatever reason you just don't necessarily want to run on a PC and you're waiting for your Xbox or your PlayStation. You'll have your opportunity then a little bit later on in the year. Don't you worry. We have everyone covered on that front too. As David Lewis and Kason White are the two that have the honor of leading the field to green in this LCQ for group number 2. Top 10 advancing into the second round race. Everybody else, the first crop of drivers going home this evening. Can they keep it clean and green here through the first lap? That's a big question. We didn't see it in our second first round race. Will it go a little bit better here? We'll find out momentarily as they spread out and fan out into turn 1.
A little bit calmer here as one driver slides it. Can he hold on?
There's one.
No, he cannot. That's the Northwest Arkansas driver. Unfortunately, loops it around, collects another as more drivers have hard contact to the inside.
Poor Cody Johnson had absolutely nowhere to go in that situation. He got caught up and was just wrong place, wrong time, and will be out of proceedings, as will be Eugenio Acosta, who also ended up in trouble too a little bit further back.
These LCQs just put on such a show. Everyone just is throwing caution to the wind here. They want to make sure that they lock themselves into the round 2 race. And look, you see right there, lots of tight racing, lots of fender banging as, oh man, everybody's just squeezing each other off of turn number 2. Haymakers being thrown here, James.
How much can you get away with that? How long can you get away with that? I think those are all really big and important and good questions to be asking, as Davis Lewis has jumped out to an early lead over Kason White and Jacob Martin. They're 3 wide just a little bit further back of this, as we'll take a look at how things shook out on that opening lap momentarily. But for the moment, Lewis there. Here's a look at the trouble for the folks in the back.
As we take a look at the Valencia driver, just hard contact, and then for Acosta, just had a tough time struggling, makes more contact, and hard contact to the inside wall.
Tough break there for Acosta and for Cody Johnson in particular, who just could not be in a worse spot. Truly nothing that Johnson could have done. It's so hard to get out of the way when drivers overcorrect, and so Johnson gets swept up in that twice here. Really bad luck for tonight. Just 2 incidents in the opening lap that weren't really of his doing. The toughest way, I think, to go out of one of these College Series races.
Oh man, we still see a lot of slipping and sliding further back as we go 3 wide. Lots of tight racing all throughout the field here. It looks like Joey Cruz is going to now slide into the top 10 spot. This is right around your transfer here, so this is going to be a really important battle to keep an eye on as this race goes on.
All sorts of action continuing to take place here on the racetrack. On board with Bradley Erickson, who is right in the mix. Currently runs in the 4th spot behind Olofsson and Kason White and Davis Lewis.
Currently, right now, as he tries to work his way up the running order, sits 3rd. The Arizona State University, currently 26-12 in the overall standings for the college baseball. They're getting ready to go for a 3-game run against BYU after losing out to their rivals of Arizona. But so far, Olofsson tries to power move around the outside to move up into that 2nd position as Erickson fights on the bottom.
Ericsson continuing to fight on bottom. I also saw Case and White get very sideways on the exit of turn 4 last time by. So watch the tires on White's machine. We saw that become a factor, especially in round 2, but I think it'll be a little bit of a factor here in this LCQ as well. 6 laps on the board, 12 laps left to go. Davis Lewis out in front by almost a second over Ericsson and Kyer Olafsson.
And Bradley Erickson up 10 positions since the drop of the green flag. He has been moving all the way through the field as we see a big slide job right there for position. Lots of chaos right there. But you see another driver that moved up quite a few spots. Trevor Dyer up into the 5th spot. Joey Cruz up 6 spots. So, you know, a lot of drivers making hay. Kelton Quick up 9 spots due to those incidents there. He's now just the first guy outside looking in.
Kelton Quick had terrible luck, I think, in that first round race. Got caught up in an incident there and got a little bit loose. Meanwhile, Trevor Dyer continuing to push and work through proceedings in the top 5, holding on to the 5th position as it stands and doing a nice job of rebounding after the craziness that we saw out of that truck in its first round race where there were people monster trucking over its left front. That's a much cleaner Crimson Tide machine for Trevor Dyer this time around.
They're looking to keep that momentum up after winning against UAB as we go on board with the University of Connecticut of Martin Roberg, a driver who we've seen on the Staple, and I got to say, a tough break. Unfortunately, losing out to the NCAA men's basketball tournament to Michigan, so I'm pretty sure they're looking to try to cap off the baseball season as well as they try to fight their way through for the Huskies as they work their way up into the top 10.
Roberg in the transfer spot as it stands, but the aforementioned Kelton Quick, who's up 9 spots, hardest charger in this race outside of Bradley Erickson, doing a really, really nice job of working through this field. And that, I think, is going to be a really fun battle to watch here in the not-too-distant future between Quick and Roberg for the transfer spot. Further up the field, though, this is Gabriel Jordan, Jacob Martin, Joey Cruz right around the 6, 7, 8 track positions. And William Marlar now looking to the inside of Cruz for that 8 spot.
Marlar went from pounding the fence in the middle of 3 and 4 to making a big dive to the inside on Jacob Martin. Right there, just kind of carrying that momentum down the straightaway as Martin goes back to the inside. Joey Cruz, going side by side with William Marlar. Really good battle here.
Marlar, who is also another one of those drivers in the Julian O'Neill camp where has had some bad luck and just not had the luck that he's needed to showcase his talent and his ability. We're seeing it now here at Homestead-Miami with the width of this track, with the ability to run separate lines. He's got some pace, got some speed. He's up now back into just sort of holding on and keeping an eye on things here. Marlar in the 10th spot in a transfer position as it stands.
Yeah, he's got about a 2/10 advantage right now over Kelton Quick, so he's got to be careful of how much he tries to overextend those tires as they work their way out of turn 3 and 4 for the Tennessee Tech driver, as he has to worry about the Ball State driver Kelton Quick closing in on him very quickly as they cross the line.
Look at this fight here. Marlar trying to pull the slider off Joey Cruz's nose. Might just have the opportunity to clear Cruz this time by, and indeed will. And Roberg now working alongside Cruz for the 9th and 10th positions on the racetrack.
Marlar has been the show to watch right now in this transfer battle. He's been all the way up against the boards, pounding the fence, and then still managing to get a massive run down the straightaway. It's almost like he's washing up. You know, he may be fighting the handle on this car, maybe getting a little tighter, a little loose, popping the fence, and kind of once he gets that pop, he's almost pounding the gas and getting that good drive off. So, you know, doing a really good job managing his stuff despite it probably not being where he wants it.
Keeping an eye on this battle here. This is Jacob Martin and Gabriel Jordan. William Marlar separated himself from the group behind and is trying to make it a 3-truck battle here. Contact between Martin and Gabriel Jordan, and Marlar will have the choice of going in one way or another, and is going to take that high line and see if he can't carry momentum through 1 and 2 and maybe get the spot over Martin.
And he's going to try to, as he keeps that momentum up here, as they watch the driver through. Here's the battle for 9th position with Cruz, Marlar, Roberg, and Quick. It's a gaggle of cars here, as we also keep an eye on that battle for 6 with 5 laps to go.
Good stuff here between Marler and Martin, and good stuff between Cruz and Quick and Roberg and Alexic. All fighting for a transfer spot, and now one truck in the fence. Kelton Quick got a bad exit out of turn 4, and that will conclude Kelton Quick's campaign in the College Series this season.
We'll give a moment of silence to our director here as Ball State driver is out of contention.
And what a heartbreaker, too. He was, right there, on the fringe of making it, right around that 8th to 11th spot, pretty much a lot of this race, and just got crossed up on the exit of turn number 4, ricocheted off the car on the inside, and just went right back to the top and pounded the fence.
3 to go here. Bradley Erickson has run down Davis Lewis. This is for the lead of the LCQ. And we are starting to get a very good battle here. We've seen Erickson find success and speed and wins in races in this College Series tournament earlier in the season. Got a win at Martinsville as well. And now looking for an opportunity to win this LCQ and improve his starting position in the second round race.
How can he hold on? You see how much tail happy he got off turn number 4. That opens the door for Bradley Erickson to get to his inside. They will drag race into 1. Olofsson right there in 3rd, ready to pounce if these two make contact.
There goes Jacob Martin. What will Davis Lewis do to rebound? Good exit out of turn 2, so there will at least be a run down the straightaway. How deep does Lewis drive it into the corner to try and pull the slider off? That's the big question. Erickson changes his line and goes more towards the center to take the air off the nose of Lewis's truck, and that worked out beautifully for Erickson. They did exactly what he had hoped, and might bring Kyer Olofsson with them, and Davis Lewis will go from the lead to 3rd.
And that was beautifully executed right there by Bradley Erickson as we take the white flag for the final lap here. Olofsson pounds the fence right there. He had the run to try and maybe make something happen on the backstretch, but now loses all that momentum, and looks like Lewis is going to try and challenge for the 2nd spot.
Erickson in control. Will Olofsson make a big dive or a big run on the high line to try and beat Erickson in some way, shape, or form? It just isn't going to be there. Bradley Erickson with a great run out of turn 4 to lock down the LCQ win and advance into round number 2. As Joey Cruz was the last driver to make it into the second round, the 10th and final qualifier from this race. And Michael Alexic, the first driver on the outside looking in.
Yeah, tough break as we pick up the Northwest Arkansas driver coming around the circuit here. Unfortunately for Aaron Shoemaker, he will start his summer vacation a little early for him. But, of course, looking forward to seeing what he can do as he majors in computer-aided design.
The truck has seen better days, has Aaron Shoemaker's machines. The Northwest Arkansas Community College driver will wrap it up in the 15th position and gives us the opportunity to look at the 10 drivers that will advance. Ryan Vargas, some big names in this group.
Absolutely. I mean, Bradley Erickson, drove all the way up 11 spots from outside the transfer to not only just in, but getting the win. So massive run right there. Trevor Dyer, another one of those drivers who had some tough luck in the heats, makes it in. Jacob Martin, another one of those drivers. Martin Rober, Joey Cruz, all making it in.
Alex in Syracuse, Allman and Johnson, Shoemaker, Quick, Berkey, Woolridge, Fuentes, Luno, and Acosta not advancing past the LCQ. They are the first ones from Group 2 out of contention in the Sunset Splash, as we now will work through our second round race in Group 2. It's time to find out which 13 drivers are going to advance into week 2 of competition. Faulkingham and Vila, your front row. Holmes and Sprouse were quick in their races. Brown and Jafari also showed a ton of speed.
Absolutely. Then we have, of course, our season opener winner of Dylan Basin inside the top 10, followed by some 49ers right there of Wynn and Hudson, rounding out your top 12.
Bam, Wynn, Tobin, Company, Hudson there too. Stevens, McCrickard, O'Neill, Pienta, Erickson, Olofsson, all in the mix amongst that group. And then how about this group of drivers, Taylor?
Absolutely. You got Davis Lewis, Cason White, Trevor Dyer with a great recovery in the LCQ, and then, of course, Jordan, Marler, and Martin.
Roberg and Cruz have spots to gain in this second round race, but I would not rule out the possibility that they can pick up a few, especially if somebody misses the start or gets a little loose and makes a mistake going off into turn one that first lap. We've seen it, I'd say, about 50% of the races so far this evening. NASCAR 25 is now available on Steam or PlayStation or Xbox. If you are so inclined, you can race in the Cup Series, in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, in the Truck Series, in NARCA. You can run just about anywhere. Ryan, is there a particular track that you're a fan of in NASCAR 25 that stands out?
Oh man, I mean, look, I could probably go and say some funny ones like the road courses and all that, but man, I'm a big Charlotte Motor Speedway fan. I love that racetrack. It is bumpy, it is hard to drive, and honestly, whether it's the oval or the roval configuration, it is a ton of fun to drive, and you know, both in the sim, in real life, and on NASCAR 25, it's a great time all around.
America's home for racing, which will host the Coca-Cola 600 next month. Wow, to think we're not terribly far away from Memorial Day weekend, but here we are. Let's look at our Logitech G race analysis for the Sunset Splash quickly, Taylor.
36 laps around the circuit, 54 miles. Top 13 will advance to next week's semifinals. 14th on back, unfortunately. Your day is done. We'll see you in September. Enjoy your summer break and, who knows, maybe come on down to the Homestead-Miami Speedway area and enjoy some of that Florida sun.
I would say that the goal here is to not get eliminated, but I think the more pressing goal for a lot of these drivers is to just not get caught up in a lap one incident. That's been the quickest way we've seen some drivers' opportunities be extinguished here in the Sunset Splash. And you just want to make sure you've got a shot at this on lap 2 so you can have a shot at this on lap 36. Much easier said than done as Vila and Faulkingham get us going. We are off and away with action in round 2 in Group 2. Move there for Dylan Band, looking to the inside, trying to find a spot under Dylan Basin, already 3 wide. No tail happy trucks in the middle of the corner yet. Let's see if that changes in the exit of 2.
We're going to go 3 wide. Driver struggling. Vila gets really loose off turn 2. Is able to recover, but will lose a couple of spots as they head into 3.
That was an incredible save from Abraham Vila. A lesser driver would have lost that truck, no doubt. He managed to hang on to it, so he's still got a shot at this other 4 wide right around Vila's machine.
Oh, man. These guys are sharks finding themselves some chum right here with Abraham Vila losing all the momentum on the exit of turn number 2, and that fought all the way through the exit of 4. Just once you're in that compromising spot, everyone is ready to take advantage as he pounds the fence now. Abraham Vila struggling here to start this race.
If they are fighting the chum, I suppose this group right here counts as the chum bucket, Taylor Burris, as they are just stuck together. There's just no way you're getting out of that.
You talk about the shark in the water here. Who's going to be that one? Because there is definitely that chum is stirring up more and more, and it's only a matter of time before absolute chaos comes through. And as they go 3 wide, a couple of rows deep, it's going to be seeing who can come through as here comes Basin with a big run.
Wouldn't any of these drivers love to have a little bit of Plankton's knowledge as to how to get out of this mess, right? That, I think, would be very handy at this point as we go on board with Damian Tobin in the 12th position, glued to that inside lane.
And Tobin, he's kind of in the hornet's nest here, just really stuck in the middle as he gets sideways off of turn number 4. All these drivers here, I'm surprised to see this level of aggression so early in this race, especially after seeing how the final race of the Group 1 segment went. How it was such a tire wear dependent race. If you're one of these guys racing super hard back here, man, take care of your stuff. Try and get those positions late.
Erickson, Blake Wynn fighting for spots. Mateo Mitchell just ahead of them. 8th, 9th, and 10th that you are seeing on your screens right now. All the way back, Dylan Bam in 13th, the final transfer truck for a split second. Trey McRickard and Bam essentially trading that spot as it stands just out of frame.
Looking through the field right now, it's a little bit of a calm right here as we watch Erickson work his way up through the field. He now sits in the 10th spot as we watch some of the UNC Charlotte drivers trying to stay up ahead of the game. Blake Wynn and Mateo Mitchell from UNOH.
A lot of drivers pushing here, trying to fight for track position. These two glued together. The battle behind them even more impressive, I think, when you consider just how much they are fighting. We'll go on board with Connor Trafari now riding in the 7th position, looking ahead at Basin and Brown and Abraham Vila's fight for the 4th spot.
And this is what I talked about in the heat race there. Watch Connor Trafari's eyes here as he looks up, glances up in the mirror, looks at what's going on around him, but also is probably looking down at the relatives, see what the trucks around him are doing, see how close the gaps are. And right now, he's kind of eyeballing everything that's going on around him, analyzing what his next move will be.
Things that you have to consider in real time, and it's a gigantic juggling act from a mental perspective when you're in the sim trying to work out how to execute a strategy in the college series, because you're looking at your windshield, you're working out your rear view mirror, you're looking left, you're looking right, you're looking at the racetrack, you're looking at your line, you're looking at all sorts of places, and managing all of that in real time to try and get the best laps out of your truck possible. Easier said than done in a lot of respects as we go on board with Faulkingham and Sprouse.
I think it's safe to say those two right there are just in a nice, comfortable position, just looking to just make their way through. There's no point. It's not going to determine how you will start for next week. It's all about just making sure you stay in that top 13.
Continuing to race from the front, Faulkingham and Sprouse, 1st and 3rd. Timmy Holmes in between those two. A little bit of contact here for the back of the field between Jacob Martin and Trevor Dyer. And this is a case of sometimes, even if you're running your own lane, you just got to be cognizant of the people underneath you, because if you're in that 2nd lane, Ryan, even though you didn't make the mistake, Dyer was the one who got a little bit tight in the middle of the corner, but it was Martin who paid for it with the slide.
Yeah, and that's just one of the unfortunate parts of racing at Homestead, right? That bottom lane is so much flatter than the rest of the track surface here. So, you know, when you're in a 3-wide scenario like that, not only is the car on the inside already in a compromised spot aerodynamically, but then you also put it on the fact that it's just a flatter surface. That car is going to slide. Physics is going to take over. So making sure you kind of have your eye out the mirror and kind of looking at what's going on around you would definitely help there. But, you know, not saying it's his fault by any means. That was pretty unavoidable there, but, you know, nonetheless, just unfortunate product of racing here at Homestead.
Listen, on board from Joey Cruz, and we'll see what happened there. You see Dyer slide up the racetrack, and it's the slightest contact here. And look at the way Cruz was able to get on the binders to make sure that he didn't get into the decklet of Martin's truck.
Talk about just a hold your breath kind of moment here, but he will be able to continue on as we pick up through the field here. And Gabriel Jordan and company all further outside the top 15.
Dylan Bason's done a nice job in this race. Climbed up 3 spots from the starting position of 7th, now in the 4th spot. Looking after Zach Sprouse and trying to get a podium position away in this group.
Yeah, Dylan Basin driving one of the new Rams. That was a new add to the iRacing service a couple weeks ago. So you're seeing a lot of teams kind of incorporate that into their college series portfolio here. But Dylan Basin also a split 2 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing qualifying series winner last night. So, you know, a lot of experience behind the wheel for Dylan.
A lot of good experience behind the wheel for Basin. Of course, the winner of the Queen City Crown, the first tournament ever in the college series. Now running in the top 5 here in the 2nd round race for Group 2 at Homestead-Miami in the Sunset Splash. This, a look at the battle with Trafari and Wynn and Erickson and Davian Tobin, namely Wynn, Erickson, and Tobin. So 9th, 10th, and 11th, what you see on your screen.
Dylan Baum and Julian O'Neill trying to work their way through. How about the driver from Richard Bland? Also trying to work his way up the running order, as here comes Bradley Erickson looking to try to pick up a couple of more spots.
Here we go. Good battles all around the racetrack. Look at Erickson peeking to the inside of Blake Wynn's machine, and Davian Tobin decides to just stay right up top. Will Erickson pay for that here in the corner? That's the question.
Well, and we're talking about Erickson here. You know, I'm looking at the times right now to my right, and, you know, yes, he's in the middle of traffic fighting for a position, but he is still one of the fastest trucks on the racetrack. So, to be able to carry this amount of speed, I mean, he's nearly matching our leader, Faulkingham. That's with the aero wash, that's with the traffic, that's with making passes. He's going to try and make the slide job here. Is not going to make it happen. Yes, he does. He's going to squeeze right up in front of Blake Wynn.
Just in front of Blake Wynn. Not by much, but just. As Erickson takes the spot away, now Davian Tobin trying to find a way into the top 10. Julian O'Neill has managed to clear Trey McVickard for the 13th and final transfer spot. That's the battle you see on the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Just ahead of that group is the battle for ninth. And then you've got Zach Sprouse, Dylan Basin, and Timmy Holmes fighting each other for a spot on the racetrack. And Abraham Vila and Aaron Brown racing for the 5th spot up at the top of the screen that you see.
Gotta love these battle for position boxes that we can showcase every single fight for position where it counts here as we watch these drivers try to get every last bit here in these closing stages as we approach halfway.
Continuing to work, continuing to go, continuing to fight. Good look here from Aaron Brown on the inside of Vila. Vila going to try and drive down to the bottom to take air off of Aaron Brown's nose and did a pretty good job of it. Brown's going to have to try and work the high lane here to find a way around Abraham Vila, but won't have the run immediately. Going to have to do a little bit more work to get back to Vila's decklid.
Well, and while we're in this little bit of a lull pattern here, I mean, one thing that I love about this college series is the paint schemes, right? iRacing's graphic designer, Larry Fulker, made the design for these cars. Justin Malillo coordinated the school's colors, and Drew Adamson coordinated with all the drivers and schools to get all the resources for the teams to use. So a true team effort all around from the iRacing staff to make this happen. And it is truly a sight to see.
Drew Adamson, apparently pronunciation coordinator as well.
Hey,
yes.
You know what? Hey, look, it's good to get it right, especially when the work is so good.
Man of many trades, but yes, Larry Fulcher, very, very one of the many talented people on the iRacing staff that helped put this program together just to highlight the schools a little bit more. That was the whole design, is take a scheme that's a little bit more uniform, but interchange logos and colors so that, yes, you'll see the driver racing, but this is about school pride at the end of the day, Taylor Burris. That's the focus of the college series, and that was something that was a big initiative, I think, going into this season, and we've seen a lot of it over the course of this 25-26 campaign.
Absolutely. This is all about showcasing these colleges, their esports programs, their collegiate athletics. Of course, we love talking about that as well. And, of course, just representing these drivers, getting the chance to bring on their school colors, bring up the opportunity for others maybe who want to learn more about their esports, who are interested in that, and maybe one day have the chance to come out here and compete along with these drivers in future seasons.
Vila and Brown still pretty much locked together here. They haven't really gained much on Sprouse either, but again, if you make top 13, you're requalifying anyway next week. So the finishing positions here aren't particularly valuable, only in the sense that you're racing next week and you've got a spot in 39, but there's more value once you get clear of this than what you'd have just by sort of running for a position. So a look at some of the paints that we've seen. That's Kyer Olison for the Colorado School of Mines up top. We've talked a lot about Davian Tobin in the bottom right, and then William Marler from Tennessee Tech. Not a lot of purple and yellow amongst the college series schools this year, but you got on Marler to bring it for Tennessee Tech. And some of the more eye-catching schemes, I think. Julian O'Neill, the Delaware Blue Hen, now on screen as well. But a lot of great schemes here, Ryan, that you see.
Absolutely. And the cool thing is like Taylor hit on earlier, it's, getting the school colors out there, getting the school pride out on the racetrack and showing off the esports programs and all that. So it's amazing what the iRacing graphics team was able to do with a pretty uniform design, but changing up the colors, making it match the branding. It's been a lot of fun to see this, and makes for a really good look to the racetrack.
Marler in the 23rd position, and then you've got is that lime green, spring green, chrome? I'm not sure. There's probably a better word for it, but green
shiny
chrome. Shiny, yes, fair. Shiny green chrome machine. In a good spot, Timmy Holmes there. Meanwhile, UNC Charlotte versus UNOH, another one of those battles that we've seen all season long. Still, a thing that we can watch for on the racetrack between Mateo Mitchell and Connor Trafari and Davian Tobin, 8th, 9th, and 10th on the track if you're keeping score. This is Zach Sprouse and Aaron Brown racing for 4th.
Yeah, Zach Sprouse trying to work his way through as he has had a comfortable top 5 run right now. Vila going to push him down the straightaway into turn 3, so it's just a matter of just being careful, knowing where and when to make those pushes in this stage of the race. Those tires starting to give way as he makes a little contact off turn 4.
A little bit of contact, a little bit of action between this group, and now Abraham Vila has brought himself back into this battle after being out of it for a little bit. As we look at Brown, look at Sprouse, 2 drivers out of the Commonwealth of Virginia fighting for position here.
Yeah, and Brown putting it right on the door of Sprouse through 1 and 2, excuse me. As we go 3 wide, you got Vila jumping into the inside, making a 3 wide pass for 4th as Vila's going to get a little bit loose on the inside, but everybody's going to hold on to it nice and square. We are going to be 3 wide down the straightaway.
Zach Sprouse in control on that high line for the time being. Vila working the inside of Aaron Brown's machine. Brown pinching him in the center of the corner, taking air off of Vila's nose, and Vila will have to check up. And look who's on the backside of this battle now. Bradley Erickson in 7th with an opportunity to move forward.
This is going to get exciting to see here with only 12 laps to go. Who has that little extra gumption in order to make that final push? I got to say here as we watch Mitchell working his way around some of these drivers. Tobin, one of the newcomers I got to give a big shout out to for having this chance, bringing in the tool, of course, and for a first time, and really Richard Lane Community College putting on a stellar fight.
Davian Tobin with a nice run here in his first college series start. Going to be looking at a spot in the top 39, and things can hold as Tobin looking at the inside of Mateo Mitchell's UNOH truck. That's Blake Wynn and Dylan Bam just behind in frame, 11th and 12th, and Julian O'Neill still the transfer at the moment. She's got a good battle up front, but worth noting, Brandon Hudson has climbed to the deck lid of O'Neill's machine, so we're not terribly far away from seeing a battle for the transfer pop up.
And don't look now, here comes your hard charger, Bradley Erickson. Gonna look to try and make a move for 5th here, taking it bottom of 3. What a run, he's gonna make some contact with Vila, door banging off of turn number 2. They're all gonna keep it straight for now, but Bradley Erickson clearly has the tires, has the speed to try and challenge for a top 5 here late.
Vila bounced off Brown, Vila bounced off Erickson, made contact with both of them. Meanwhile, Julian O'Neill losing his grasp on a top 13 spot because Brandon Hudson's done a nice job of managing the tires and has that preferred high lane with the momentum. He'll have the spot at the stripe. Might not necessarily complete the pass yet, but Hudson well on his way if O'Neill can't find something and find something quickly.
O'Neill's got to find his way through because now got a little loose. He'll duck back into line behind Hudson. He's got Kier Olofsson right there behind him. The question is, will Olofsson try to work with him, or will it be a matter of who comes out on top here as we go up to the front of the field? Basin and company all trying to battle it out as we watch these drivers fight their way through.
It's Erickson on the left-hand side of your screen. That's Aaron Brown on the right-hand side of your screen on those onboards. And Vila is the one that they are fighting that is not shown in frame, at least so far as an onboard camera goes. But Vila also is the one of these 3 that leads the group.
And I love these onboards when you have 2 of these drivers sitting side by side. You can kind of see the different demeanor in how they sit. You see Bradley, he's kind of leaning back, kind of a little tense on the wheel, where, you know, you have Aaron Brown. You have him almost kind of loosey-goosey over the wheel right there, you know, being nice and smooth with it. So kind of interesting to see the different styles in driving when on the sim.
Definitely a lot of different ways that you could go about it. Definitely a lot of different ways to approach Homestead-Miami as a track in particular, as we'll go back on board with Aaron Brown. This battle, I think, at the risk of jinxing it, Taylor, finally has settled down at least a little bit. Maybe not entirely, but this is about as spread out as Vila and Erickson and Brown have been, as we've seen pretty much in this race.
They are a little bit separated. I think now they are just coming to realize, hey, we got 6 laps. Let's not worry about it. Let's not push the envelope. Just as you see, he's sawing at the wheel because that truck is really getting loose off corner exit. Those tires are at the end of their run as he's trying to push forward for these final runs just to finish.
All of these drivers with spots in the top 13, all of these drivers transferring. However, this is the battle just in front of and around the transfer spot. This is Blake Winnebateo, Mitchell Racing for 11th and 12th. And then Brandon Hudson and Kyer Olofsson are the last driver in and the first driver out as it stands. Mitchell losing
really
a little.
Really going to need some help here. A lot of these trucks are starting to slip and slide. See if anybody can kind of fall back to Olofsson right there. But still, this side-by-side battle rages on.
About a 4/10 gap between Hudson and Olofsson. This is the better battle of the two right around that transfer spot. If that closes, we will come back to the battle for 13th. But as it stands, it's still Wynn and Mitchell putting on a pretty good show here.
How about this here with Jason White getting around Julian O'Neill for position. They're running out of time, but they're about 4/10 behind, actually a little more than that. Brandon Hudson, so it's too much battling. That's going to allow him to pull further and further away as Olofsson tries to close in on him.
Olofsson charging, O'Neill fading. Can Olofsson maybe be the one to go after Brandon Hudson? That's the question. Hudson's definitely fading on tires too. And Olofsson has done a nice job of running the top line. You see O'Neill fading, losing 2 spots down the front straightaway. That likely is curtains for his opportunity to make the second round. The drivers to watch here are Kason White and Kyer Olofsson, and whether or not they can run down Brandon Hudson in this stretch. It's 6/10 of a second as it stands with 3 laps to go, so they're going to need about 2/10 a lap and change in order to make this a battle for the transfer.
Yeah, Olofsson's just trying to hold on right here. You can kind of see he's sliding through the corners a little bit. You see right there, the tail of that truck is a bit tail happy right there. Looks like Kason's going to have a bit of a run as Olofsson gets loose down the straightaway. That's how much he's having to fight their handle on the rear end of that car.
They need more time than this. They've lost time, actually, to Brandon Hudson in fighting each other. The gap is extended to 0.8 of a second. This is everything that Brandon Hudson wants to see. These three have to get in a line, and they have to work together, whether or not they're faster than each other or not. They're never going to have an opportunity to get after Brandon Hudson at this point.
Let's see how this all plays out amongst these drivers here as we watch on for position. White trying to get around. He gets a little loose. Look at him trying to hold on to his truck.
White struggling for grip. Brandon Hudson in control still by 0.8 of a second. It will take a miracle for any of these drivers to have an opportunity to race their way into next week. Meanwhile, Daniel Faulkingham clear Timmy Holmes by 1.8 seconds at the pointy end of the field, and a no-doubter type of performance for Thunder Dan. Daniel Faulkingham is going to come away with the win in Group 2. He knew it too. Nice thumbs up to the camera there. Had some time just to sort of hang out coming down the front stretch and at the line, keeping an eye on this battle. It's a good one, but it's not enough there as there's contact in the back. Kason White gets the fence coming out at turn 4 the last time by, but in the end, Brandon Hudson gets the transfer spot, and we keep an eye on Jeremy Pienta. Pienta finishes, and that is Group 2 done and dusted. Faulkingham and Holmes and Basin and Sprouse and all these drivers, Taylor Burris, we're going to see next week for the semifinals and potentially the final.
Absolutely. It's going to be an exciting one here as we take a look at that Logitech G winning moment for the driver of Daniel Faulkingham. We talked to him earlier today, and he's going to be an exciting one here to try and cap off the season.
Daniel Faulkingham, the University of Maine Machias driver, competing in his final tournament in the college series of his career. He'll graduate in a few weeks. Wants to go out on a high, doing a nice job of that. Won by 2 seconds over Timmy Holmes. Dylan Basin was third in this and is going to go on to week 2 as well. Sprouse, Vila, Erickson, Brown, Tobin, Bam, and Trafari also going to race in week 2.
Lots of big names throughout the pack right here. A lot of names that, you know, we expected to finish up at the front, finished up at the front. You didn't really see much comers and goers there, but, you know, we looked at some of these guys. Julian O'Neill, another one of those drivers that was fighting the handle on their race truck. Aiden Stevens, another. Trevor Dyer, the bad luck kind of continues there. He had a really good run going, but the contact took him out. Joey Cruz, another one. Jacob Martin, Martin Roberg, just tough nights all around.
Tricky nights for those in the back who will turn their attention now towards next season, as we will turn our attention to our Group 2 winner. Jonesport, Maine's Daniel Faulkingham, representing the University of Maine at Machias, is with our Taylor Burris.
Well, Daniel, I gotta say, you came out with what you were talking about, just making sure you get through each of these races, and a good way to do that is to stay up at the front of the field.
Yep, safe to say we did that and then some. Definitely felt really, really good coming into this track. Like, Homestead has become one of my better tracks over the last couple of years. And I knew, like, we hit the lap in quality really well. Like, we were pretty covered across the rest of the field, and I knew I just had to do my job, keep her in the wind, and we did just that. So, and I saw the race pace looks really good, so if I can just put it all together next week, I don't see why we don't have a shot to win the tourney next week. But, gonna enjoy this. First time I've actually, like, swept the night of, like, heat racing and, feature, like, trying to make it to the show, so that's pretty cool for me. But yeah, had a fun night tonight, and looking forward to next week to wrap it all up.
So I got to ask right quick, you know, we saw in that 18-lap run, tires were a little bit of a help for sure, but towards the end, we saw so much fall off, trucks getting loose off corner exit. Where is that sweet spot, you would have to say, where those tires really are at their optimum grip?
Yeah, I felt really good through 1 and 2. I don't know if it's just the way the track conditions were or just the way the wind was, but it got the only tricky part about tonight, or about getting into a long run, was getting off of 4, where it was really super slimy, where you had to really be precise with your throttle, be precise with your inputs, and yeah, and it definitely changed a lot during at the end, because the track temp actually dropped a ton at the end of the race, so we were actually gaining a lot of grip back. So it's actually quite interesting to see, like, how the dynamic of the track was changing, just how much grip there was, because it started off really hot, but then it was actually going down progressively as the race ended. So definitely good to kind of keep in our notebook for next week, and just kind of keep on top of how to race. I know I never really put it on the wall at all tonight, but I know the wall is definitely going to be really quick, probably for probably restarts and stuff, but especially if you're trying to go on a nice long run, you definitely got to try to be ginger running that middle, running on those seams and stuff. So yeah, build up some good notes for next week, and hopefully we can put it all together and maybe get one more win before the season's out.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Daniel Faulkingham, your Group 2 winner. We'll see him next week as he goes for a championship.
Faulkingham follows up in the footsteps of Matthew Morton, who got the win in Group 1. We will follow in our own footsteps as we did after Group 1. It's time for us to take another break, and then we'll be back with the final group of the night for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series as the Sunset Splash rolls on from Homestead-Miami.
Times they come around, can't let them bring you down, 'cause you're either living life or letting it pass by. Na, 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 na.
How fast could a stock car go?
Born from bootleggers, built by rule breakers. We don't ask permission, we don't seek approval. We just are. The most relentless, unpretentious athletes on the planet. Chasing glory at 200 miles per hour. Defiantly unapologetic. Authentically NASCAR.
Racing isn't just a game. It's a way of life. Every lap, every moment. Practice is about consistency. Winning doesn't come easy.
Yo! My turn, Bubba.
Feel the road. Own the race. Logitech G wheels and pedals available now on Amazon.
The eNASCAR College iRacing Series is brought to you by Logitech G. Through design, engineering, and a love of driving games, Logitech G takes racing simulation to another level. Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And by Play vs. College League, the largest collegiate community, bringing in the new era of esports for students across the country. Learn more at pcl.gg. And by NASCAR 25, available now on the Xbox Store, PlayStation Store, and on PC with Steam. For more information, visit NASCAR25.com.
A reminder that if you have registered for a time attack during one of the 6 tournaments in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series over the course of the season, you have automatically been entered to win a prize pack, including a Logitech G923 True Force racing wheel and pedal set for the Xbox and PC, and iRacing credits, and a custom t-shirt for the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. More information available on that if you log on to pcl.cg/pages/eNASCAR. We are back for Group 3 action in the eNASCAR College iRacing Series from the Sunset Splash at Homestead-Miami Speedway. We've added 13 more names to the list of drivers who will be competing in next week's semifinals. We've got 26 slots filled. We have 13 more slots left, Ryan Vargas, and we're going to find out which 13 are going to advance into the semis next week over the course of the next hour or so. Our final group action of the entire College Series season.
Absolutely, and we have 26 of the 39 spots accounted for here, but this has been the 26 of the best drivers that we've seen. The cream has really risen to the top, as you've seen. And right here, we have the UNCC watch party here. Everybody kind of cheering on their drivers and all that, but nonetheless, the best drivers have risen to the top. And that's going to be one of the things to continue watching tonight. Guys like Matthew Morton, Daniel Faulkingham, there they are, there they see us.
I love that moment of we're on TV. We're here.
Yeah.
Look at the chain.
Yeah.
We love a good spirit chain. Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
So, well, I think we're all having a good laugh here. Good to laugh at ourselves every once in a while, right? As we now turn our attention to Group 3. And back to the beginning of the process we go. So we got 2 first-round races on tap. Your grids look like this. Amongst the leaders, it will be Connor Yarashak, the points leader, representing the Dinos of the University of Calgary. Racing alongside him, Triton College's Adam Garza. Zach Michaelis for the University of Saskatchewan starts 3rd. 4th of the grid is Purdue University's Jacob Bradley. Logan Clipp at the Cal State Fullerton Titan rolls off in the 5th spot. And 6th is the Kentucky Wildcat. On U of K for James Bowman. 7th on the grid is John Sauer from St. Thomas University. King's College's Douglas Newbigin rolls off 8th. 5th row will be shared by Purdue's Braden Wolf and Landon Slagan, another UNC Charlotte 49er. The Longwood Lancer, Jeremy Burns, starts 11th. Frida Chiazomont from Georgia Southern University rolls off from the 12th spot. Zach Wegman from Texas State is 13th on the grid. And then you've got Saddleback College's John Forbes Jr., former winner in this series, who starts 14th. Brockton Packard is another Charlotte 49er in this race, starting 15th. On the outside of row 8, Casey Benz from Eastern Illinois University. Logan Wilson from Purdue starts 17th. Brendan Argenio from Folsom Lake College is 18th. Final driver on the grid is representative of the people of Troy. David Johnson, racing for the University of Southern California, starts the 19th and final spot on this grid as we get set for another Logitech G race analysis. We get the opportunity to look at what is coming up. Taylor Burris.
Absolutely. For the final time here this week, we're going to go through this with Group 3, 18 laps, top 8, advance to the second round. 9th on back, we'll see you in the LCQ.
The story to watch here, Ryan Vargas, without a shadow of a doubt, it's Connor Yarashak. If he can make it through to next week, it makes his path to the title much, much cleaner, because we know at that point he will be getting some form of points, and it will almost be enough for him to lock up the title just by getting the opportunity to roll off. So, if you want more information on how to start your iRacing career, you can do that today. Go to iRacing.com today. Here's a look at the grid and the sort of graphics that we did get the chance to show you a few moments ago, but these are all the drivers that will be competing in this first round race.
Yeah, a lot of heavy hitters here and a lot of drivers who are making their return and hopefully for their final attempt can maybe have a shot of moving into the big show next week.
So there are your drivers to contest this first round race in group number 3. One more first round race, then one LCQ, and then one second round race, and just like that, we'll be done for the evening. So glad that you joined us and continuing to join us here on the broadcast of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series here on eNASCAR.com/live. Pace car is going to pull off Yarashak and Garza to lead us to the green as Group 3 gets underway here at Homestead-Miami. Lights are off, green flag is out. Pretty good start for Garza, got the better jump compared to Yarashak here, as Logan Clampett immediately will take it 3 wide on Zach Michaelis, and we'll see who manages to hang onto their truck in the middle of the corner.
Yarashak trying to hold strong here as he fights his way through. It looks like he will be able to drop back to second as we go to this 3-wide battle for position just around the side of the top 10 as drivers jockey for position. And so far, it's going to be a close one as Bowman up to the top into contact as he will go around in front of the Saskatchewan driver, Georgia Southern, and more as they try to negotiate the chaos. And unfortunately, that's going to be a day done for him in this heat race.
Trouble there for James Bowman, and you can see the disappointment on his face, and contact there from below. Really tough break there for Bowman. Just minding his own business and got clipped by somebody else, and somebody else's mistake becomes his misfortune.
Well, and that somebody else's mistake really was a typical one that you see here as we see another truck get loose off of turn number 2. But that's a typical mistake you see here at Homestead. That bottom lane, we talked about it in the previous segment. Oh, as we got another truck loose, bit of a stack up there. Everybody so far makes it clean, but going back to that bottom lane is so flat, and also being on the bottom at 3 wide, you're already compromised aerodynamically. You are in trouble when you are in that tight position, and we saw it all come to a head there.
How about the driver of course, Ford Johnson? Started dead last. Whoa. He's now in the top 10 as he rides the door of Logan Wilson, the Purdue driver, as they go side by side for position.
How about Ford Johnson making up all that space and all that track position in one lap, Ryan?
Yeah, and he was using the apron right there to give a little bit of a hip check. Ford Johnson, not afraid to get the elbows out here to Braden Wolf, and I get it. It's the first race. It's the first heat. You got to get that track position. You don't want to be in that dreaded LCQ, because we've seen those LCQs are quite chaotic, as we right now on board with Braden Wolf.
Braden Wolf in the 12th position. Jerry Burns is your transfer in 8th for what it's worth. So you see the pink hue there behind Braden Wolf and the lighting set up around his rig. He's an employee of T-Mobile during the day. So a little bit of a nod, I think, although they call it magenta, I believe, if we're using technically correct verbiage. But they get a little bit of representation, as are the Purdue Boilermakers that Braden Wolf is representing.
Also at the Purdue University Global Group as well. That's their debut, joining us here for the College Series. So
yet another university in the College Series this year. Never a bad problem to have, as Adam Garza has, I don't know if you call this a problem, Ryan, but it's certainly a challenge where you have Connor Yarashak and Logan Clampett behind you. How do you handle that?
I was going to say, Logan Clampett, top 3 in points. Yes, he is a decent bit back from Yarashak, but doesn't mean he's going to make it easy on Yarashak. He still has a championship to fight for, so he's going to do everything he can. We see a real tight battle here further back. Looks like some real tight racing further back, and we got another truck in the fence, going to hold on to it.
The Georgia Southern driver there up on that high line, and then Argenio almost making contact with Brockton Packard there. Almost. Not quite, as we carry on.
Whoa!
Now there's contact. Now there's more contact. Packard goes around, spins. And does a nice, I'm about to say, nice little 360. He'll lose the track position and likely be off to the LCQ anyway. But one for the highlight reel for Packard there, I'd say.
I have to agree with you on that one for sure. As we go back up to the front of the field with Adam Garza and Connor Yarashak. Yarashak really starting to put the pressure on Adam Garza as he looks to try to continue this season of dominance here for the Calgary Dinos.
Connor Yarashak, the driver that he has been over the course of this campaign, 3 tournament victories, leads the entirety of the College Series in that category, and enters this evening with a 27-point lead over Daniel Faulkingham and a 29-point lead over Logan Clampett. So, also worth noting here, and Taylor, you made a good point of this just a moment ago. Look at all the Purdue representation that we have in all its forms.
Of course, we have, the original Purdue University. We have Purdue Global. We have Purdue Indy. Is there any more Purdues that we could just merge into this? And this is what I would love to see for next season, of course, is more of this. More of the other outstanding schools that are a part of this organization, such as Purdue has done. So it's like a lot of drivers here. And same thing with Belmont Abbey, UNC Charlotte. More of these colleges getting involved is something I would love to see.
Well, Purdue's got a pretty good track record of producing engineers throughout their history, and one of them, a certain native of South Bend, Indiana, when Ryan Newman went on to win a Daytona 500 in 2008. So maybe some drivers trying to follow in Ryan Newman's footsteps amongst the many Purdue campuses and contingents that we have represented in the College Series. This has been a fun battle at the front in this heat all the way through. Yarashak and Garza and Clampett, 3 names that we've become accustomed to seeing at the pointy ends of fields and races, and these 3 are truly just letting it all hang out and have fun with it.
I was going to say, you could tell that they're having fun with it, and you could tell that they're not really overstepping, right? They're racing hard, they're making moves, they're trying to make passes, and, at this point, I would say they're almost kind of experimenting, trying to see, hey, how do I set up this pass? How do I use that momentum on the top side? Hey, what if I jump to the bottom this lap or run the middle? That's what these guys are doing, and they're doing a really good job of just minding their P's and Q's. Yes, they're being aggressive, trying to go for passes, but again, they're not putting each other in bad spots, and that's exactly what you want to do when you're in that top 3 and looking at a solid start in the main race tonight.
Good looking for Johnson, running in the 11th position. He will have to continue to fight on if he wants a spot in the top 8, but that, maybe above all else, something that any Trojan would be very familiar with doing. John Sauer out of Jacksonville, Florida, from St. Thomas University, continuing to work his way around Homestead-Miami. Sauer in the 6th position, so still at a good transfer spot. And look at the way that Douglas Newbigging, washed up the racetrack there, center of the corner. I heard your reaction, Ryan. You said about what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, he just went from the bottom to the top. Like, it looked like he was kind of swapping ends right there, sawing at the wheel. I don't know if he maybe clipped the apron or what, but nonetheless, when these trucks, when they unhook like that, when I say unhook, it's almost like a quick snap. You feel it with these radial tires. Sometimes it'll get to a point where you have that grip, and all of a sudden it'll unhook. It'll snap on you, and that's kind of looked like what it was. Maybe, like I said, an apron clip, or maybe just a random loose moment, but a good job by Douglas Newbiging to hold on to it.
Newbiging hangs on and maintains the top 5 spot. Zach Michaelis has had a very, very rough go of things in this heat race. Started in 3rd, has lost 8 spots, might be at risk of losing a 9th to Ford Johnson, and went from well inside an automatic transfer spot into the 2nd round to fighting for a decent starting position in the LCQ. That's where Michaelis will find himself as it stands.
Wegman doing a great job, I gotta say, here as he tries to find further, but unfortunately for a couple of others like Zach Michaelis, I think that early incident, it caused a little bit of aero damage to the nose of that machine. He's got to be careful with that if he tries to get a good run from the toe of the draft to the inside of Wegman.
Can he get a good run underneath Wegman and slide that truck up in the middle of the corner to take the spot away from the Texas State Bobcat? Yes, indeed. Big slide, but he made it work. So Michaelis up into the top 10. Next truck in line would be Logan Wilson, who is ahead of Michaelis by about 7/10 of a second. There's a little bit of a gap between Michaelis and Wilson, and I think the bigger problem for Michaelis is that there's no room to get away from Zach Wegman either, as we turn our attention to the Georgia Southern driver in Argenio and Braden Wolf.
Lots of good racing all throughout right here, this group here. Again, we're seeing a lot of guys climbing the apron here. I'm very surprised to see that, but it's so easy to do. And once you clip that apron, you're almost kind of hooked to it, James. You kind of get that apron, you climb down on it, and then it just sends you for a ride.
We saw that a lot at Michigan in the Great Lakes Gauntlet. There were more than a few drivers that caught the apron trying to make a pass and ended up getting the rear ends of their trucks upset and loose and either spun around or had to go for a slide or lost track position, something in that department that ended up costing them and hurting them more than it helped them. Hasn't happened as much here, but to your point, we've seen it a little bit as we ride on board with Logan Clampett, defending champion of the College Series, the Cal State Fullerton Titan out of Trabuco Canyon, California, who is a senior as well. So this very well his last College Series appearance.
How about Logan Clampett with a big run off corner exit? He's looking to try to see if he can go for the race win, but it's not going to work out as Connor Yarashak continues his weak streak of dominance across the line to win his heat race.
Connor Yarashak gets the win in the heat race. Jeremy Burns has already locked down the final transfer spot, and so now we keep an eye on the drivers working their way across the start-finish line. Casey Bentz is going to be the last one here across the line for Eastern Illinois. Bentz will come across the stripe, finish up the race. That is our first round race of Group 3. Done, dusted, over, out. From this group, it's Yarashak, Clampett, Garza, Bradley, Newbiging, Sauer, Forbes Jr., and Burns. The 8 that goes straight into round 2. The rest will be headed off to the LCQ.
See a couple names here. We saw Brockton Packard get spun early in that race there. He finishes towards the tail.
Final first round race of the College Series season and this tournament and the night. Grid 4, round 1 heat 2. Our final new batch of drivers: Matthew Swack from the Michigan Wolverines, Faraz Khan for the Banana Slugs of UC Santa Cruz in the front row. Third, a veteran of this series, the Oklahoma Sooner Mario Miranda, and the Ball State Cardinal Daniel Nenny in fourth on this grid. Jose Solis Jr. from the Yukon Huskies and the Shocker from Wichita State, Lane Graves, rolling off from row 3.
Row 4 will find Jake Cummings from Converse University with Mick Gringas from Saget Victoriaville in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Matt Gagnon from the University of New Hampshire and Chris Bryant from Methodist University. Row 6 will find Andrew Jamalin from the University of Arkansas and newcomer Plymouth State University's Liam Walsh.
Matthew Burton, another East Tennessee State Buccaneer. 3 drivers in this tournament, a high for them this season. Barton College's Goldschmidt starting in 14th. Caleb Wakely from the University of Wisconsin at Whitewater rolls off 15th. The Rutgers Scarlet Knight of Ryan Kilbashian starts 16th. 17th of the grid is Logan Bernier from Clarkson University. And the Mountaineer Jackson Reed starting in 18th, West Virginia. And another UNC Charlotte 49er, James Potts, starting in the 19th position. I think fitting that the last new driver is another one of the Niner Brigade. One more opportunity to look at our Logitech G race analysis for the first round. Taylor Burris, what's on tap for the final first round race of the entire season?
Absolutely. The final heat race will begin such as this. 18 laps around the circuit. Top 8 advance to the second round. Everyone else will proceed to the LCQ.
All right. Here we go. One more heat race before we get to coverage of that. A reminder that iRacing Arcade is available now. And it is available on Steam if you scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. And it is on sale until midnight. So if you want to get it, you've got, if you're on the East Coast, 2 hours, right, Ryan?
Yeah, that is 2 hours. We are at 10 p.m. on the dot. So 2 more hours if you're out here on the East Coast.
Let it be known that we have evidence of me actually being able to math, which is a terrifying prospect for everybody else because that is usually not something I need to be doing. So that's why we get to talk words up here, because we have a lot of fun. So, off and away we will go here in just a few moments, and with a lot of fun to be had, I think. As we get set for 18 laps of racing here at Homestead-Miami. Zwack and Khan, the two who get us going. As the green flag unfurls, we are off, we are underway, and yet again another dip to the inside. This time is Jose Solis Jr. Look at the bottom. Look at Daniel Nanny taking it 4 wide into turn 1 before we even get to the first corner.
Oh, this is going to be close as a couple of drivers are getting loose off corner exit as they try to go 3 wide, 2 by 2 as they come down the back straightaway. And already your national champions of Michigan, of Matthew Zwack, lead the charge.
Matthew Zwack with a fabulous run here in the corner, holding off Mario Miranda for the time being. Nanny's up to 3rd. Khan did not have a good first lap at all. Back to 4th as it stands, maybe back to 5th. Further back, look at Gingras and Cummings and Bryant and Gagnon. All of them stuck in the middle.
How is it that the one start that we've had tonight, where they were 4 wide off the jump, was possibly one of the cleanest starts we've had all night? I mean, incredible job by all these drivers as they continue to shuffle throughout, but nonetheless, it looks like your top 8 or 9 trucks are single file. We see one truck peek out right there, but nonetheless, everybody's kind of just settling in here and being nice and courteous.
Worth noting also that 1 and 2 in this race, Zwack and Miranda, are the 2 drivers that are transferring from the College Series and qualifying for Coke Series free agency, as the 2 drivers who finished highest up in last season's points were not already qualified for the Coke Series. So Zwack and Miranda trying to get some spots here, trying to, I guess, appreciate that they're not in the middle of this fight back in the field, and also maybe showcasing their skills for any of the teams that might be in need of or might be interested in signing a driver.
Absolutely, as we watch the Rutgers driver here, Ryan Calpisian, trying to work his way through, and so far, the driver of Caleb Weekly holds on in 15th.
Good fight here, pretty much dead center of everything. Bernier, Weekly, Kilbashian, and Goldschmidt almost getting into each other on the exit of 2, and then gathering themselves back up and keeping their trucks pointed in the right direction. Single file throughout this group, and single file for most of the back half of this as we go on board with Jake Cummings out of Pufftown, North Carolina. Say that 5 times fast.
I'm good, but nonetheless, Jake Cummings, first, the odd man out right here, but just kind of trying to mind his P's and Q's. It's only lap 5 of 18. He's still sniffing the back of Chris Bryant there. So just trying to really put himself in the right spot. As now we switch to being riding on board with Daniel Nanny up in the 3rd spot, keeping hot on the heels of Mario Miranda. Remember, these two guys up front, you mentioned earlier, James, these guys are transferring to Coke Series free agency. So to be up here racing with guys who are effectively pros in the sim is very impressive.
This roof cam is great. I wish, though, we had a cam on the right rear corner of Nanny's machine, because just watching it here from my perspective, this truck is just hanging it out in the middle of these corners. Nanny is just rolling off of the right rear tire, and if you know what you're doing, you can have a pretty good shot at it. Here's a look at Mario Miranda, the Oklahoma Sooner, Super Mario, trying to hold off Nanny for the moment. We might be able to get a good shot at things here. Nope, Nanny's going to go high, Miranda's going to go low.
Oklahoma, of course, looking to have a decent baseball season, 24-12 currently right now, as they get ready to go against a 3-game run against Missouri, as he tries to hold off Daniel Nanny, who comes in, gives him a big push, checks to the outside and sees if he can just pull away as they work their way through at the halfway point of heat race number 2.
Nanny got the fence. That's why you see him sliding back pretty quickly. He got it right in the center of 3 and 4. So Solis will have an opportunity entering turn 1. Further back, Weekly and Goldschmidt continuing to have their battle deep in the field.
And that's one of the things that you don't want to do early on in these races, you know, especially if you're in such a comfortable spot to transfer to the final race of this round. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where now you're having to go through the LCQ. So far everything looks good on Nanny's truck, but you know, keeping the fenders on it is the name of the game, especially if you're in a transfer.
Taylor, we love talking about new schools. We love talking about new drivers. We've got one of both here with Liam Walsh.
Absolutely. Liam Walsh, I got to say, it was a little bit interesting to learn more about him this season. And as we take a look at his run so far, he's got a lot of work to do. Great to see the Panthers up in Riverhead, New York, work their way through. Currently, he's studying in exercise science and sports physiology right now and looking to become a doctor for physical therapy. He has played for 3 varsity sports in high school and now is in intramural sports, currently for soccer and volleyball.
Riverhead, New York native, home of Riverhead Raceway, that happens to be the home track not only of a Matthew Dillner, who's pretty famous in the racing space, but also of iRacing's very own Justin Melillo. So fun ties within the community there as we continue to fight and watch and see. Also Sean Ambrose, too, also called Riverhead Raceway home, part of the iRacing production team, too.
I like that. A little bit of a home race, I guess, right there for a lot of the iRacing staff, as we got a big slide right there. Holy smokes, what a save right there. As we ride on board with Faraz Khan and the banana slugs. I like this one, James.
I think this is probably mascot of the season because it is so unique. And the University of California and the Cal State Systems both had some pretty good ones. You got the Anteaters, UC Irvine, you have the Gauchos at UCSB. Trying to think. Riverside's got a good one too. I'm going to blank on all of these because there's so many of them. But Banana Slugs up there with the best of the best. Buccaneers isn't bad either. I think we have to give a call there. Matthew Burton riding in the 14th position just behind Matt Gagnon, the University of New Hampshire Panther. Look at Burton trying to send it and pull the slider. Didn't quite get a good shot at it, but instead will continue to push, continue to fight. See if he can't get maybe to the outside of Gagnon. Gagnon seems pretty committed to the top one.
Speaking of, we ride on board with the University of New Hampshire driver currently right now as he works his way up through the field. And of course, for Matt, he's currently a sophomore studying for recreational management for policy and events and tourism. Basically, the business focused on event management and looking to work in marketing and social media for motorsports teams, tracks, or organizations.
So you could very feasibly see Matt at a midway near you in the not-too-distant future. Here's McPherson, Kansas' Lane Graves fighting Faraz Khan for position. This is for the 6th spot on the racetrack. Khan getting a little tight out of the corner and looking Graves with a great ride there on the inside coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, that's a good job of using that momentum, kind of cutting down from the top to the bottom, but also making sure that you get the rear tires underneath you. Nice and smooth on the throttle right here, but as we take a look right here, Mario Miranda and Matthew Zwack going head-to-head for the lead.
Miranda wants it. Zwack has had it. Zwack has the momentum on the high line. Miranda trying to find space down low. And nothing yet for Super Mario to try and work with. Although he will stay glued to the rear bumper of Zwack and try and take some air off of the rear spoiler, maybe upset the handling of Zwack's machine one way or another. Now here comes this end. Here comes. This is textbook slider action right here for Mario Miranda. Drove it in deep, walked it up the racetrack, and now Daniel Nanny might almost have the opportunity to block in and box in Matthew Zwack, but then Nanny got loose and Zwack has the opportunity to fight back.
He certainly does, and here goes Zwack to the outside with 4 laps to go, but Nanny comes down to the bottom of the racetrack looking to see if he can capitalize on it. He'll find his way through. Zwack hits the wall almost, just barely touches it. That allows Nanny to get that run he needs, and how about Jose Solis Jr. right there sitting in 4th as we go back to battling for the lead.
Slider was coming there from Matthew Zwack. Miranda saw it, called it, dropped his line about maybe a lane and a half or so to keep Zwack behind him. Nanny will have the run amongst these three. Worth noting that Jose Solis Jr. is coming back into this as the top three have started to race each other. Zwack goes to the high line. He'll try and carry the momentum on corner exit. We now go on board with Chris Bryant out of Methodist University, who has the transfer spot right in his windshield as Cummings got loose. Khan had to check up, and that may see a pass for the transfer position entering turn 1.
I mean, this right here is the perfect example of the racing you see here at Homestead. You have a great battle for the win at the top of your screen, and you got a great battle for the transfer at the bottom of your screen. We saw Jake Cummings really get sideways off the exit of turn number 4. Chris Bryant had to check up, and Faraz Khan, he now falls out of the transfer here. So it's going to be a bit of a crazy battle here, but the top 4, put them all under a blanket. They are absolutely brawling it out for the win here.
One of the best battles at the front of the field in a group race all night in any round, and it just happens to be the first round of Group 1. Think about how good round 2 could be if this pans out. Miranda took the lead from Zwack a few laps ago. Nanny tried to slide on the racetrack and take the spot from Zwack. He got loose, he'll lose the momentum, won't complete the pass. Miranda just cruising out front. The battle will be for second. Miranda has one set of corners to wipe away a season that, quite frankly, has been full of a lot of bad luck. But I think Mario Miranda will take this. The Oklahoma Sooner will finally get on the board and get a group win as they celebrate in Norman with a lot of excitement.
Aww.
Gotta love it there indeed as we see them celebrating here. And of course, we're going to watch him see if he can work his way forward for Super Mario as we watch the last of the drivers. James Pott comes across the line here.
Super Mario finally shines above the rest and gets a win in the College Series. He wins the first heat, or rather the second heat of the first round of Group 3. Numerology is a fun one here at the College Series. Miranda, Zwack, Solis Jr., Nanny, Graves, Gingras, Cummings, Bryant. The 8 that we will see in round 2. And Faraz Khan and Logan Bernier lead the group of drivers who will turn right around to get right back in their cars and get ready to go for the LCQ in Group number 3. So, to the last LCQ of the night we go. To the final LCQ in a Week 1 group this season we go. And to the grid we go for this Group 3 LCQ. Wilson and Faraz Khan, your front row for this. Michaelis, Bernier, Wegman, and Jamelin starting in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Moving on, we have Ford Johnson, Matthew Burton, Matt Gagon, as well as Brendan Argenio, Liam Walsh having to fight their way through in order to move on.
Continuing to work our way through this grid, Bowman, Goldschmidt, Wolf, Reed, Slagan, and Wheatley going to roll off from the 18th position. Your final 4, Brockton Packard and James Potts from UNC Charlotte. Those Niners starting in 19th and 20th. Casey Betts from Eastern Illinois in 21st, and Ryan Kobashi and the Rutgers Scarlet Knight from the State University of New Jersey. He'll start 22nd. One more time, Taylor Burris. Let's look at the Logitech G race analysis for this LCQ in the Sunset Splash.
18 laps around the circuit, top 10 advanced to the second round. Everyone else, unfortunately, game over. We'll see you in the fall. We will see you next time. We thank you for your participation, but you will be eliminated.
One more time, we go again. Ryan Vargas. Going to be a lot of fun to see how this pans out. Going to be a lot of fun to see a banana slug up front, right? We love a good nickname, don't we?
Absolutely. I mean, and for us, Khan, he was in the race. He was in the main event tonight until, what was it, 3, maybe 4 to go. He had the transfer spot. So, you know, he's going to be one of those drivers who, now that he's starting up at the front, maybe could use that little bit of a buffer of the track position to propel him into the main race tonight.
Let's see how this all pans out. James Pike, Taylor Burris, Ryan Vargas here to bring you the action from the final set of races from Homestead-Miami this week. We will be back next week with the semifinals, our last LCQ, and the final race for the final tournament of the season. We will be off for the summer once we close things down next Wednesday night. But still a ways to go before we get there, before we have to worry about saying goodbye to this season of the College Series. What we have right now is a battle on our hands where of the 22 drivers that will enter, 10 will advance into the second round race and have an opportunity to be one of the 13 that come from this group and go into next week's action. Logan Wilson, Faraz Khan, the two on the front row for this last chance qualifier. Another 18-lap race coming your way from Homestead-Miami. We are green and underway with it. Kilbashian and Wilson and company all in a good little mix here as they get going. Gagnon looking to the high line already. Drivers trying to work it 3 wide for a moment, but the front two and Wilson and Michaelis getting away from everybody else pretty easily.
Contact, and one driver already making contact as they're going to continue to struggle after one of the East Tennessee drivers. And he couldn't save it anymore. Tough break for him.
Matthew Burton's run in the Sunset Splash will end early. Everybody else, for the most part, was able to stick with it. James Potts is not particularly out of this group and out of the draft just yet. This is a good look at Wegman and Jamelin from above. We turn our attention now to Zach Michaelis, who rides in second. Khan is third. Logan Bernier is fourth.
And now you see that after a little bit of that shuffle, we got one truck going way to the inside there. Don't know who that is.
Ford Johnson, the answer to that. The USC Trojan.
Looks like he's going to keep it relatively rolling straight as now we got Michaelis pounding the fence in 3 and 4. Lots of shuffling happening early in this going.
Probably won't surprise you, for what it's worth, that as these drivers are battling for position, that the transfer battle is already pretty incredible. But at the front of the field, Wilson, Khan, Michaelis, and Bernier have managed to escape. Looking off the rear deck lid of Logan Wilson out of Lowell, Indiana, the Purdue Boilermaker, in control by maybe a truck length at best, with Michaelis trying to work that high line. You see just still a little glimmer of Michaelis' truck just on the edge of your screen.
Yeah, right now the goal is to try, as Michaelis gets a big run off turn number 4. He'll tuck to the inside and looks to try and take over the race lead here heading into turn number 1. You don't want to be battling too much. You don't want to burn these tires this early on. Just save the stuff. You're in the transfer. You're looking to move on to that feature race here. There is a little bit of position gain if you start in a certain spot, but it's not much.
Wilson, you can already tell, is adapting his line to try and hold Michaelis off, in particular to try and keep Michaelis from pulling the slider off. So Wilson with a good run out of 4. Michaelis will lose the track position, at least for the time being, but will Michaelis be able to get a good run entering turn 1 and change the script ever so slightly? Nothing yet.
Now you see Wilson kind of have a bit of a shallower line there instead of running the fence, kind of shaded to the middle lane to try and dump a little bit of air on the spoiler of Michaelis on the exit of the corner. It wasn't there in the center, but kind of fed it to him on the exit. And now you see right now Faraz Khan, the banana slugs, looking right on the rear tailgate of Michaelis.
Wilson, Michaelis, Khan, Bernier, Wegman, Gagnon, Jailman, Bowman, Goldschmidt, Caleb Weekly. The last one in as it stands, going to round 2. As this battle up front continues to wage here, Michaelis just can't get an entry into the corner deep enough. As I couldn't tell, was that Gagnon and Bowman who go sideways? Yes, it is. Those two get caught in an incident off of turn 2, spin, don't hit anything, but that's likely curtains on their season.
It certainly seems to be the case, and unfortunately for Bowman, the Kentucky Wildcats will not get to showcase their skills next week as we watch these drivers go at it once again. Logan Wilson still holding strong over Michaelis, and for us, Khan. I think it's safe to say, unless someone makes a mistake amongst these three, they're just going to settle in, make it to the end, move on to the feature.
That changed the numbers and the math on the transfer spot just a little bit to that incident between Gagnon and Bowman. Here's a look at what happened. Gagnon is the one who initially gets loose and then got a little bit of help, I think, as well. And that became a 1, became 2, became 3 kind of incident very quickly, Ryan.
Yeah, when Gagnon got sideways on the exit of 2 right there, he already had Bowman already up the tailgate of his truck. And, you know, when you're getting sideways like that and you already are getting that push from behind, whether it's he's physically pushing you or just dumping the air underneath you, that's going to really upset your truck. And there was just nowhere to go right there, and unfortunately takes them both out of contention.
So Wilson, Michaelis, Faraz Khan, this on board with Logan Bernier in 4th. Out of Clarkson University, the Ware, Massachusetts driver looking for a spot somewhere in this. Most of the drivers up front still riding that bottom line, but again, we expect that to change. We expect them to transition up the racetrack as this race progresses.
As we watch the Clarkson University driver work his way through around the circuit. Really impressive drive, I gotta say, for Logan Bernier in this LCQ. We've seen him mostly mid to back of the pack for the season. Now really showcasing some great runs here. Really excited to see what he can do.
A battle a little bit further back between Braden Wolf and Brendan Argenio. This for the 12th position on the racetrack, and this all happening about a second and a half behind Landon Slagan, who has the transfer spot to the second round race as it stands.
Slagan has honestly put a full second to Casey Benz in P11 there, so as long as Slagan just kind of minds his P's and Q's, he's going to be in there. Another driver that's kind of recovered there, Brockton Packard, P9. We saw him backwards in that first heat race. Now sees himself potentially transferring into the main race tonight.
There is the option there. It's a possibility. You're starting to see a good battle here with Caleb Weekly, who's done a nice job of driving through the field up 10 spots. He and Brockton Packard and Casey Benz have all done a nice job gaining position as this race has progressed. Meanwhile, top side of the screen, you see the continued battle between Wilson and Michaelis and Khan for the lead. Look at the crossovers happening between Weekly and Slagan for position at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, really impressive to see here as we watch that Wisconsin driver trying to find his way through it. I gotta say that UNC driver, Weekly and Slagan, just now battling it out. That's that little extra cushion that they need as Weekly looks to the inside, trying to find his way up the running order. As this is that battle for the transfer spot amongst them to see who could be that 9th or 10th positioning. And so far, watching also Logan Wilson trying to hold off the drive of Michaelis.
I'm about to say USC and Georgia Southern both have some pretty good football pedigree, but we don't necessarily see them competing against each other all that much. But here in iRacing and here in the College Series, doesn't matter whether or not you're running the triple option or you're a QBU, you're all on an equal playing field. The problem for these two drivers is that they are 14th and 15th and well away from the transfer.
Yeah, this really is just a battle to try and position yourself in case one of these guys in the transfer has a mistake, and we've seen it. We've seen the mistakes happen already in this race. So, you know, you're never truly out of it until the checkered flag flies, but, you know, obviously right here, just trying to make sure you get to the checkered flag and hopefully something falls in your favor.
On board now with Casey Benz, who is the first driver on the outside looking in, and Caleb Weekly is the one who holds the spot now. So we have arrived at the transfer battle here with 5 laps to go, and that is it right there. That is the gap and the difference between continuing your season and going home early.
Of course, for Casey Benz, when he's not racing, he also does a little bit of journalism as well for the Eastern News, Daily Eastern News photographer. Also announces over at Cole County Speedway up there. And we also watched Caleb Weekly as well, who's having a good little run. So a little bit of fun to see some other commentators out there racing for their colleges.
Good look here at Michaelis and Wilson swapping the lead, and Logan Bernier is right there too. Another great battle up front for these spots, and they have not separated from each other, and Faraz-Khan's been able to stick around there too.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Faraz-Khan, I'm just hanging back and watching all this happen. I mean, right there you see Logan Wilson again, just hand over fist, sliding. He pounds the fence, actually. Doesn't really pound it, but scrapes the fence off of turn number 2, and right now, Faraz kind of, right there, you heard it from this onboard. He backed out of it. He had an opportunity to jump to the inside or the outside, take advantage of the momentum, but he's in. He's into the main race for tonight. There's no need to try and push the issue. Yes, it would gain him a row, but there's no sense in putting yourself in a bad spot.
No reason to risk not making round 2. I think that's the biggest key out of all of this. Yes, it would be nice to have the track position, but you can also gain that if you get yourself in round 2 and then let some other people maybe have some issues. You've also got 36 laps to play with in that round 2 race that gives you a little bit more freedom to play with strategy depending on how you approach it. So back to the transfer battle. Benz and Argenio have cleared Weekly, who has fallen off, and the tires seem to be falling away from poor Caleb Weekly's machine, and this could be Benz and Argenio now fighting it out here on the last lap for the transfer.
This is going to be close. Benz and Argenio trying to get a good run-off corner exit. What can Brendan Argenian do off of turn number 4 as they head down the backstretch for the final time?
Where will you go if you're Argenio with a big run on the outside? As it'll be all Logan Bernier in the end, who can't believe the way this is played out. It worked out perfectly for him. He did a great job of managing the battle ahead of him, and he will take the win of the LCQ. And Brendan Argenio from Folsom Lake College is the last driver that transfers in after pipping Casey Benz on the final lap to the last transfer spot. A look here at our final running order, and Taylor Burris at the 10 drivers who are advancing into round 2 in Group 3.
We got Bernier and Wilson, Michaelius, Faraz-Khan, Wegman, Goldschmidt, Jamalian, Packard, Slagan, and Argenio. Those 10 drivers will move on to the final race of tonight to see if they have what it takes to move on to the feature.
All these drivers on the screen, Ryan, going home early and starting their off-season pretty earlier than they wanted to.
Absolutely, and we get ready to start the second round race here, and we're going to take a look at our starting lineup. Connor Urashak on the front row with Mario Moreno to the top side, Logan Clampett to the inside of row number 2, Matthew Zwack to the outside, Adam Garza inside row number 3, and Jose Solis Jr. to the outside of row number 3.
That might be the deepest 3 rows we've seen at a round 2 race all season long. Those are heavy hitters. Jacob Bradley, Daniel Nanny, Douglas Newbiging, Lane Graves, John Sauer, and Mick Gingras, all in the top 12 for this round 2 race. Taylor.
Absolutely. John Forbes Jr., Jake Cummings, Jeremy Burns, Christopher Bryant, Logan Bernier, Logan Wilson round out in row 9.
Michaelis, Kahn, Wegman, Goldschmidt, Jamelin, Brockton, Packard. In the next set of rows, in your final row, we'll see Landon Slagan and Brendan Argenio. 26 drivers. Enter, 13 leave. Taylor Burris, you're good about these sorts of things, and I think it's worth noting, just take a look. The truck in the center of our screen and the truck just behind it on the outside row.
I mean, how about this? You're talking about 2 of the biggest ones who went head-to-head for the men's basketball tournament. And, of course, Michigan outbeat UConn. And let's go for the final Logitech G race analysis here. 36 laps around the circuit. Top 13 advance to the semifinal. Everyone else, we will see you in September.
One more race this evening and one more opportunity for these drivers to get into next week's action. The final week of competition in this season of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. NASCAR 25 is now available on Steam and PlayStation and Xbox. Every track that has a points race you can find in NASCAR, you'll find on NASCAR 25. All kinds of schemes and DLC available on NASCAR 25. You can run your races, your ways, have a blast with it, and just go crazy with life in the world of NASCAR. As the pace car comes out one more time, this is going to be so much fun because the field at the front is so incredibly stacked. It is just... If we had IR on this field, Ryan, I fear to think how high the IR would be.
Well, I mean, you look at the front of the field. You have a Coke Series championship driver. You have two guys that are in free agency. A former Coke Series Championship Series driver, Adam Garza, who has continuously ran at the front. You also have Jose Solis Jr., another guy. Even if you go look further back, Douglas Newbigging in P9. There's a lot of heavy hitters in this race. This is going to be fun to watch.
So, Yershak, Miranda, Clampett, Zwack, Garza, Solis, all at the front of an incredibly talented field here for round 2 in Group 3. Our last race of the night is underway, and look at Solis already trying to work the high line.
Already, we're seeing Jose Solis Jr. trying to say, hey, you might have won in men's basketball, but you know what? I want to try to win here tonight as he tries to go around the outside, but Miranda throws the block.
3 wide, just a little bit further back in this group. Settling back down to 2. Zwack is stuck in the middle. Manny up there high. Zwack looking for space to go. Nowhere to work with yet. Lane Graves actually with the opportunity to make a move here. If he can close up quickly. And did get to the outside of Matthew Zwack, who's still trapped on the bottom and has not found a way up to the high line, which is where the speed is carrying, at least for the moment, Ryan.
Well, and if you're Matthew Zwack right now, you know you have the pace. You know right now, yes, he's in a bit of a compromised spot, but he's P8 and only the top 13. Make it, as long as you just stay here, bide your time. Right now, look, he's clear. As long as you're just smart with this, bide your time, play your cards right. You're in the show right now. Just be smooth. There's still a lot of racing left to go.
Look at Yershak and Clampett and Miranda. Look at the eye. Where do you start with this, Taylor Burris?
I mean, I don't just pick a car and pray that you make it through. Oh, hopefully, as these drivers work their way around. And 3 wide still, and we're going to see some contact. One driver ducks down. That, of course, is Jeremy Burns.
Pick a car, any car, just about. Jake Cummings in the purple car is the transfer spot right now in 13th. Chris Bryant gave him the bump, entering 3. That's the first driver on the outside looking in. Jeremy Burns looking to the inside. So now we're in a better view of the bubble and of the race for the top 13. All of these drivers that you see on your screen just behind Jake Cummings, all on the outside looking in, all fighting for track position, all maybe giving a shot to Jeremy Burns there as far as Khan, who's worked his way up nicely through this field so far. Gained 2 spots since the start of this, but nothing particularly wild just yet, although we're 3 wide for a split second down the backstretch.
I mean, it looks to me like these guys think they're still at Martinsville from a few weeks ago. I mean, right there, you saw Jake Cummings get the bumper applied to him from Chris Bryant just a lap ago. It almost looked like a short track Saturday night move, but nonetheless, everybody's keeping it straight, going forward. Still just a tick over 30 laps to go in this race. Oh man, everybody's really fighting for that track position. But remember, we've seen it all night long. Keeping them rears underneath you, keeping those tires underneath you, keeping that grip. That is going to be the biggest thing as you get towards the end.
Burns with a big drive into the corner.
Whoa.
USC Charlotte there with a big drive. Colby Goldschmidt sending it deep into 3 there. Everybody is grasping for straws for track position here. And I just have a feeling that we may see a lot of drivers in the back end of this, with the way they're racing now, Taylor Burris, with a fair amount of tire wear when we get to the second half of this race.
I would hate to go look at the tire wear data after this race to see who still has any tread left on this, and pray that no one blows a tire before this is all said and done.
Well. John Sauer has struggled starting this race. Started in 11th, has lost 11 spots, is back to 22nd and well outside of a spot anywhere near the transfer positions. That's Andrew Jamelin looking to his inside now. So Sauer just falling through this field like a stone as it stands. Works it up the racetrack a little bit, almost maybe got loose, got tight, couldn't quite tell there, Ryan, but nothing going John Sauer's way right now.
Poor John Sauer here. He just kind of got bullied right there as he's gonna. Oh my goodness, he's the meat in a sandwich here. As oh my goodness, the Folsom Lake driver gets loose on the top side there. Just oh man, nowhere to go. You just see how hard these guys are racing, and real, it's they're at the tail, but every position matters, especially if things get a bit spicy at the front.
I feel like we're not terribly far away, Taylor Burris, from a how would you like to see this happening in front of you kind of moment.
I agree. I mean, it's only a matter of who's going to be the one that will be able to cause the chaos that will befall the drivers behind. As we go back up to the field with some of the King's College of Douglas Newbiggie sitting in 11th. He's trying to at least find a way to have a little extra cushion, getting around Mick Gringus as he stays tucked up behind Cummings and Wilson right there hot on his heels.
This is all just ahead of the transfer spot, mind you. It's Wilson that has it. This up at the front of the field is all of those top 5, top 6 drivers that we talked about in the grid who have so much speed and pace and have been that way throughout most of this College Series season. Look at how much they've been able to separate. Just about absolutely nothing between them as Miranda works to the inside of Adam Garza.
I'm about to say, you see your top 4 all kind of single filed out. Mario Miranda says, no, I don't want to do that. I want to try and make up some ground. He's trying to get a little bit out of line, but now you're starting to see a lot more guys start moving around. Everybody's kind of fanning out. We're 10 laps into this 36-lap race. I am still a little bit baffled that we're doing all this right now, but you see your top 2 though, Clampett and Euroshack. Those 2 are remaining disciplined here. They're racing hard, they're staying tight on each other, but they're not overdoing it. And I think that's what's going to allow them to continue moving forward and keeping that gap to those cars from behind.
Keeping the gap will be the important piece here, regardless of who's got the lead, who's ranked for 4th, who's running for 5th, because I think the biggest issue for this group right now is that Jacob Bradley is right there with Adam Garza, right there with Mario Miranda. There's not really a gap in this pack. Honestly, period. Up until about maybe Zach Michaelis in 18th, truthfully. Everybody in the top 13 is just about nose to tail.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big thing for these drivers. Right now, we're seeing John Forks Jr. just being patient, not trying to get ahead. Make sure he stays ahead of Chris Bryan, but not trying to burn those tires. Of course, for the veteran, of course, he is someone who has been well known to work his way through the field quite quickly as the race progresses.
Newbiggie there, following in the tire tracks of Mick Gingras. That's 10th and 11th as we work our way through the first third of this race. Going to hit the 1/3 mark. Good on board look here at one Charlotte 49er and a good look at a few more Charlotte 49ers who have competed in proceedings this evening or had been there for support. Big shout out to the folks at UNCC for sticking through this through all 3 groups and for staying on and locked in to this broadcast all the way through. We appreciate your patronage and your tuning in to the action here of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. And I think they're just as shooketh as we are, I would say, Taylor.
Now, I would say so. They're ready to go, and I got to say, they're trying to pull for their last few drivers to make it into next week's event. So, as we watch Logan Clampett and Connor Yarashek, of course, these 2 right here are some of the other ones that are going to be battling it out for the championship next week.
Charlotte folks are keeping an eye on Brockton Packard and Landon Slagan in 21st and 22nd. Those are the 2 Charlotte representatives in this race. Meanwhile, Yarashek still out front in what is effectively a dry run here for what we'll see next week when we come back for the semifinals and the final.
Well, and what's neat about this, though, is, Connor Yurashek, he spoke about it yesterday, right? He didn't want to go into these races today and next week thinking that he's comfortable, that he's safe. He didn't want any of that. He wanted to go into this like it was any other race, that he still needed to show up and show out, and right now he's doing so. But don't look now, because Logan Clampett is still on his tail. Logan Clampett, he knows he still has a shot at this championship if things do fall his way, and he's not going to let Connor Yurashek go into next week without knowing that.
Right, one of those, I am here type moments, and you will not be able to just shake me off and leave me be and get away with ease, because again, Logan Clampett's been in the thick of 3 title fights. He's won a College Series title. He's been runner-up in the College Series. He has as much experience as anybody, and he's not going to let Connor Yurashek just waltz to this. So make him earn it here. Miranda and Nanny, we go on board with now. This is 6th and 7th on the racetrack. All these drivers in good shape to transfer. All these drivers running within the top 13.
Currently watching 2 of our heavy hitters right now, Nanny and Miranda, as those 2 are trying to work their way up the running order and just see what they can do. Maybe make some mental notes for next week of how their trucks will handle. Even though we're going to extend the lap, it's still going to be critical to see when those tires start to fall off and lose that peak performance for them in order to know when to come down pit road to get a fresh set of tires.
Yurashek, Clampett, Solis just ahead of this as are Garza and Zwack. You see those 2 just in the center of the screen, and then Nanny and Miranda that we've been focusing on for the last lap or so right there. We've hit the halfway point in this race as well as we look just a little bit further back to the transfer. Jake Cummings has it. Logan Wilson's the first driver outside of the cut, and then you saw Logan Wilson, Chris Bryant, Jerry Burns on screen. It is right now Burns and Bryant behind Wilson racing each other with a pretty good side-by-side battle that you see, trying to not only get that spot, but then get the 2 spots ahead to get into next week.
This is kind of just one of those races that is playing out very naturally. There's not much chaos happening. There's not a lot of fender tagging. There's not a lot of, bumping and grinding, getting your elbows out. Yes, there's been some, but other than a few little moments here and there, these guys have been racing fairly respectfully, aggressive, but respectfully, and you're seeing the cream rise to the top right here. That's what you're seeing in this top 13. We're seeing some of the best up there, and you're seeing some of those guys who may have saved a little bit for the end here start to creep towards that top 13 cut.
Logan Wilson and Chris Bryant, I believe both rocking those custom eNASCAR College iRacing Series t-shirts that we talked about in the We Got Wheels giveaway so much over the course of the season. So if you like thunder and lightning, pretty good piece to add to your wardrobe, I'd say, Taylor.
I have to agree with that. I mean, those are some great t-shirts. Great to see that they representing those amazing t-shirts. So watching them, see if they can try to find that little extra. They're on the outside looking in. They're 4/10 behind Jake Cummings, and they got plenty of time to make it work.
At least they have plenty of time now, but that time is quickly beginning to run out. All of a sudden, 16 laps to go, and Cummings, if anything, is starting to open up the gap. He's now up to almost half a second to Logan Wilson.
And these 2 here, they are, they are just fighting as hard as they can to try and get ahead of one another, really, because they know that transfer spot is right up the road there, Jake Cummings. And we've seen Jake kind of in the middle of a lot of, oh my goodness, as we saw a bit of a crazy slide job right there by Chris Bryant, but nonetheless, it's starting to settle in. Now trying to put his eyes forward on trying to make it to that transfer spot.
Can Chris Bryant find a way to reel in Jake Cummings? We're starting to see it now. Bryant has a really, really good truck, and the gap is now down 1/10 of a second just within the last lap or 2. So that might be worth at least paying attention to in the pylon as we go back up to Adam Garza and to Lane Graves, 7th and 8th on the racetrack right now.
Garza now working that outside lane. Graves sticks to the bottom as he makes up some great time to close in on Mario Miranda. as those three will work their way through, nose to tail. Jacob Bradley, Newbiging, and John Forbes Jr. having a good fight right behind as we watch the Triton College driver pick up a little bit more pace to see if he can work his way up the running order.
Garza, Miranda, Graves, Daniel Nanny just in the front of this group, all 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. All again, well in good shape. And worth repeating, we said it a few times tonight, but if you qualify for week 2, you will re-qualify to figure out which group you're going to go in. So where you finish tonight in this race doesn't particularly matter. It's where you qualify next week. That's the real piece that matters. As we'll go back to the transfer because Jake Cummings had a bit of a bobble on the exit of turn 2 last time by. The handling is fading on his truck. Is the handling fading for Chris Bryant and Jeremy Burns? That is a very, very big question that I am interested in, and I think Taylor and Ryan are interested in, and I think a lot of people watching are probably keeping an eye on too.
Absolutely. The truck of Cummings here, he is, you've seen it a couple times now. That truck is wanting to swap ends on itself, and that gap to Chris Bryant is slowly closing, and Bryant just chipping away at it, about 10th quicker every lap according to the timesheet that I have on my screen here. Every lap just chipping away at it, so he's going to get there. It's just going to be a matter of what he does when he gets there.
Miranda and Nanny and Garza in a battle too. All of this for 5th, 6th, and 7th on the racetrack. And then one eye there, one eye on the Cummings-Bryant battle for the transfer as we approach 10 laps to go.
Another thing that's been pretty cool watching this race play out is it seems like every lap, James, these guys have been changing their lines throughout the corners, except for these two. These two are just kind of riding in unison. I think they're just kind of cool with what they're doing right now, but you see this battle right here. Got a bit of a rematch here for the third position here, but some guys go into turn number 1, run the fence, and then they'll go into turn number 3 and 4, and they'll run the bottom. It's one of the unique things about Homestead-Miami Speedway.
I think the interesting thing about this is that for all the drivers that are searching around this racetrack for speed and changing their lines to try and get around somebody, worth noting that Yarashek and Clampitt in particular, they've been a groove up the entire time in the corner. Every lap, every race, consistently, they've been one lane up. But they've been towards the bottom, and they've run the same lap again and again and again, which I think says something about not only the speed that they have, but the understanding they have of how Homestead works. The best realizing that if you're going to run this well, you don't really need to go more than a lane up.
Watching on here as we keep an eye on some of the drivers. Jake Cummings still holding strong. He's stretched out that lead to about a second over Chris Bryant. All I got to say is just keep those tires underneath him. We saw what happened last time with Carson Bowers where he had such a strong run, but right at the end, losing all of it due to the fact of those tires sliding. As contact between Daniel, Nanny, and Garza.
Nanny and Garza getting together. Nanny now trying to fight off Lane Graves in the 7th spot. Oh, really good stuff here within the final 10 laps of this second round race in group number 3.
And just as we were talking about Jake Cummings losing the handle on his truck, maybe he's slipping, sliding around a little bit, but Chris Bryant has fallen off a cliff. He is about, I'm looking at the timesheet right here, he is anywhere from 2 to 3 tenths a lap slower than Jake Cummings. So as long as Jake is able to maintain this pace to the finish, he's pretty much got himself a spot in next week's event.
I'm trying to see if anybody behind Bryant might be running a better pace, and the answer is really not much. Jeremy Burns is a little bit faster, but Cummings has been able to put up 35.9s consistently to 36.1s from Bryant and Burns. Michaelis, Logan Bernier had a really fast lap. He may be the one, but Bernier also is about maybe 3 seconds back of Cummings. So it would take a lot of work for Bernier to try and reel in Cummings to get the final transfer spot. Meanwhile, there's Brendan Argenio fighting Landon Slagan. This for the 23rd position, a little bit further back on the racetrack. And a good look there at that beautiful blue scheme from Argenio. One of the better schemes, I think, of this year's College Series.
I have to say, the incredible paint work that our teams did to showcase these colors. I have to say, the chrome paints that you see on every single one of these cars, trucked every so often, is absolutely great. Love the design. Love the way that they pop and just glisten when you see certain camera angles from the sun as we watch our two leaders just stay in lockstep with each other. Just not pushing the envelope. Still got 5 laps. This is not where it counts. Next week is when it all comes down to who can win and who will finish ahead of the other.
Next week. But here's the thing. If you make it into next week, you're getting points. That's the key, especially for Yarashak, because it just makes the task of getting the title away from Yarashak that much more difficult for anybody else in this field. Week 2 of the Sunset Splash, 7 p.m. Eastern, eNASCAR.com/live, 6:45 for our Countdown to Green presented by Logitech G for the final night of action in this season of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series. One more night and 5 more races after this to determine not only who will win the Sunset Splash, but who will be crowned the eNASCAR College iRacing Series champion, and join the likes of a Stephen Wilson and a Logan Clampett and company as we continue to race at Homestead-Miami Speedway, as that was a big slide there for John Forbes Jr. in the 9th spot. But again, in the top 13, that's all that matters.
Well, and you talk about the consistency of Connor Yarashak and Logan Clampett here tonight. I'm looking at the times right now. This is their last lap. Yarashak at a 35.935. Clampett at a 3.4. They are within 1,000th of each other every lap. Like every lap, but they are within 1,000th of each other on that lap, and they're within hundreds of each other every lap. They have not been within a 10th. They have not been more than a 10th apart this entire run. That is incredible pace.
But they are incredibly quick as well. So one more lap for Yarashak and company, and one more lap for Jake Cummings to hang on to that transfer spot. That gap has opened up to almost a second. So Connor Yarashak, who has been, I wouldn't necessarily say on cruise control, but he hasn't made a mistake. He hasn't slipped up. And the march to the College Series Championship continues for Connor Yarashak, who comes out of turn 4 and goes wire to wire to take the win in the second round race in group number 3. Yarashak does it again. Great battle here at the line with John Forbes Jr. and Daniel Nanny, who get into each other. And it was Forbes that beat Nanny at the line. And Mick Gingras was able to jump up into the 13th spot. Somebody, I suppose, fell out there at the end, because Cummings ends up in 12th. So Cummings and Gingras, the final two that will transfer into next week's semifinal action.
Do we have some upset drivers right there?
I wonder. That makes me very curious to see if there might be an answer there some way, somehow. Maybe not. But as it stands, here are 10 of the 13 that are advancing. Yarashak, Clampett, Zwack, Miranda, Solis Jr., Garza, Graves, Forbes Jr., Nanny, Newbegin. All of them competing in week 2 of the Sunset Splash, along with Bradley Cummings and Mick Gingras from CC Victoriaville, the last driver, the Quebecois, in the 13th and final transfer spot to week 2.
Going to be a tough battle here and a tough break for several drivers, including several drivers from UNC Charlotte, as well as Zach Wegman, John Sawyer, and Brendan Argenio, the Folsom Lake driver. We will see you all in September for the new season.
A long time to wait, I think, before the time attack opens on September 15th, and our first week of action is September 23rd, 2026. So you can mark your calendars if you are ready for College Series action. So, and a lot of fun here is we continue to roll on in this broadcast. The College Series schedule was announced a little over a week ago. 8 tournaments in 2026-27, up from the 6 that we've had this year. and shorter gaps between the time attacks and shorter time attack windows as well. So less time that these drivers need to spend to prepare, to fight, to sit and watch and wait other times. It's a similar line of thinking that was used in redeveloping the Coke Series schedule, where the development of the qualifying series was created in part to cut down on the former sort of February to November schedule that used to be used for drivers to compete and work their way into the Coke Series. Same thinking here, where instead of, 8 days or 10 days for a time attack, now you've got 5 days. So you got to be on it, but you don't have to watch it as much, which I think is a positive development for everyone involved.
I think so too, and I think this also maybe considers for other colleges, because drivers are like, 10 days. We got to wait 10 days to determine if I can be a part of that 120. So 5 days, a little more condensed, that can maybe prevent allow other drivers who maybe were thinking about it, but just so busy with all their college classes and everything like that, didn't feel like that waiting 10 days to determine if they can guarantee a shot to move on into this.
Really great points there, Taylor, as we turn our attention not only to our Logitech G winning moment, presented by Logitech G, the official wheel and pedals of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series, but to an interview with our Group 3 Round 2 winner, Ryan Vargas, with a familiar face here, Connor Yarashek for the University of Calgary.
Connor, we got to hear from you yesterday on eNASCAR Countdown to Green, and you talked about entering this race, this tournament, not thinking that you had anything in the bag, not thinking that you were safe by any means. You entered this like any other race, and clearly that worked out for you. Tell us about your night.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good night. I did the most important job in qualifying, and that was just hitting a good lap and starting up front, and then from there we could kind of just control the race, and me and Clampett worked well together to that first run to kind of just settle the race down and settle into a rhythm. So obviously this was a big step to winning the championship, getting through this week, and I can really now go into next week focusing on just trying to win the race.
And you speak about your chances now kind of being a lot better in winning the championship. Talk about next week. You're going into that representing your school, but also representing, you were one of the few Canadian drivers in the field. So tell us about what that kind of carries for you as a driver, making your name in the eNASCAR sim racing space.
Yeah, it's a really big opportunity to win the title. I mean, it's a lot of scholarship money, and it's definitely something that I want to win, and I feel like just being able to represent my school, represent my country, I'm representing a lot of things that I enjoy. So to do it on the biggest stage is going to be nice.
Absolutely. Connor Yarashek, your odds-on favorite to get the championship here in the eNASCAR College Series.
Yarashek will go into next week as the driver to watch. Yarashek will go into next week as the favorite for the title. But these are the drivers that will be competing for a spot atop the leaderboard as the winner of the Sunset Splash. Remember, it's still a tournament that pays out scholarship money too, in addition to the season-end prizes. So there is something on offer for all 24 of these drivers, and then the next set of drivers that we will see on the next screen.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking at some heavy hitters here, even a couple of newcomers. I mean, how about for the Bismarck driver of Dylan Bohm, Davian Tobin as well, a newcomer coming in representing his college. And then we have, of course, some of our regular favorites and schools coming back once again to complete this final race of the 2025-2026 season.
And we're noting that unofficially, just with the math, it would not be outright official, but if Yarashek can make it into the final, that is effectively one hand on the trophy. It would be almost impossible to overtake him at that point. But as it stands, the orange part of our bracket, Ryan, is what we have left. 3 semifinals, 1 LCQ, 1 final to bring us home for 2025-26.
5 races left to crown a champion. You've seen all the different tournaments that we've seen, starting at Charlotte, going all the way through the super speedways of Daytona to the short tracks of Martinsville, and it all ends at the perfect championship venue, Homestead-Miami Speedway. I am excited to see how this championship rounds out.
so much fun. Taylor Burris, how excited are you for next week?
I mean, it's going to be an exciting time here, and we hope every single one of you will tune in next Wednesday as we crown a champion and see who will be the final winner of the season here next Wednesday night at 7.
We wrap everything up in the College Series this season next week, 7 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday night, eNASCAR.com/live pre-race at 6:45 p.m. Our Countdown to Green show presented by Logitech G coming your way to set everything up as we crown a champion of the Sunset Splash, and more importantly, we crown a champion of this season of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by Play vs. College League. A tremendous thanks to all of you who watched this week's proceedings. A tremendous thanks to our partners at eNASCAR, the Play vs. College League, and Logitech G. For our director, Drew Adamson, and the entire production team at iRacing, and for my colleagues in the booth, Taylor Burris and Ryan Vargas, I am James Pike. Thank you so much for watching Week 1 of the Sunset Splash. We'll see you next Wednesday night for the season finale of the eNASCAR College iRacing Series powered by Play vs. College League.